the father. He would be away from home for a long time, weeks, months. But he'd always come back. And when he did, he'd always have a new story to tell his son. The boy would wait with bated breath as the father would open his book and a new story would come out.
That's right, son. Just go ahead and say the word by pronouncing the letters. Yeah, Hydra. That's exactly right. The Hydra of the starving pit. Now the starving pit, we'll get to why it's called that later, but, well, your father and some of his friends, I won't take all the credit, well, we face this mystical beast. And the thing about it is every time you chop one of its heads off, two would grow directly in its place.
These stories would continue, as they often would, with grandeur and triumph, always triumph at the end. And then the father leaves, as he always does. And he would always pack his book, riding off into his next story. The nights would come, and the mother comforts the boy. The boy stares into the fire. That night he wished, just for once, that his father could return early for one other story. His wish would be granted. His father returned with no book in his hand. The boy stands next to him before a burning pyre for his mother. What took her took many, but the boy didn't care about the many. Just the mother. Just the mother. He stares into the fire once again. The father would turn to the boy and he would share with him the most important wisdom he knew.
It's the stories that we tell each other that make us better, that help us understand that we needn't spend time wishing for a hero to ride in and save us. Rather, that we can live our lives knowing that it is us that make the difference. It is us that choose our destiny. And he brings his son's hand to his heart. And he says, son, we forge the path that we walk. One day you will understand this.
There is a flash of lightning that arcs across the sky. Thunder rolls.
Run! Run!
We see a windswept meadow in the darkest night. Wind and rain howl down upon the boy. He falls, looking up, squinting through the torrent of rain, and he sees his father on his knees, facing a figure clad in a long red cloak. The wreaths a terrifying white and black mask. On the black side glows a beaming yellow eye. It is Equinox.
The pride is swallowed like it's the size of a fist. As the father says, what we did, it was wrong. I'm sorry.
Equinox just stares, that one yellow eye scanning the father. You needn't apologize to me. What the Lorekeepers have done has ushered in a new era of change, of progress. I am change. I am the future. And you are redundant.
I'm sorry.
Equinox looks around rain still beating down on this scene. Spare your apologies for your son, who watches his father falter to his knees so quickly.
The father sees the son's eyes, but only in his mind. And he knows what they look like, looking up to him. And he stands and he says, "I'm not afraid of you, Equinox."
Equinox's yellow eye glows brighter and brighter. And he says, "Then you will die braver than most." The father rushes at Equinox. As he does so, he draws a gleaming greatsword from his back, and he swings it with all of his might, all of his courage. There is a flash of yellow light that arcs across the sky. The greatsword just connects, and a black obsidian shard from Equinox's mask sails through the air and lands at the boy's feet. The father is gone, vanquished in a blast of yellow energy, a blast of yellow light that could easily be mistaken for the lightning that paints the blackened sky. And the boy, once again, stares into the fire. Previously on the Lorekeepers.
I can't tell you how many months now I've been running around with these assholes, but I seem to have grown a fondness for them. Every day gets harder. You start along the cloud march, thinking you're all alone, can't remember a damn thing. And then that all goes to hell in a handbasket, and you're left with a whole bunch of random little, I don't know what to call them, friends, family. Oh. Let alone we find this man named Weaver. Or we're told we have to find this man named Weaver, and we're given a book. Now, I'm not much for reading, but what I do know is when I see a friend of mine get hurt. So we find this man. We do these jobs for these people. I come to find out that Advent, that's what they call themselves. They've got it out for us, trying to hunt us down. Let's never mind that Equinox is still out there somewhere, trying to hunt us down. I feel like a hunted dog at this point. But Raylan's the one I'm really missing right now. Between Marius and Azarex, I love them to death. Azarex is practically a brother to me. He's the only other weirdo of this party. And Marius, I know, has got my back, even if it is scaled and bloodied. But now I'm worried. Raylan, I don't know where the hell you've gone, boy. But we come to find this Weaver, and he stares us right in the face. And I never thought that I'd see someone like him again. So, I suppose that's where it leaves us off. Being hunted down by two people I really don't care to want to ever meet again. And me without a friend. Raylan, I'm coming to find you, boy. I'll hunt you down till my last breath.
Chad, kindly take a point of inspiration. Barker as well. A door slams open loudly and moonlight beams in to a rustic hovel. Kind of looks like it's been dug out of the side of a crag. A crag on the side of which is built the Gate of Gar-El. Slouched in a messy black robe, Weaver, the old Dragonborn, shuffles into this place. He takes a torch off a bracket, covers it with a scaly hand, and goes, and as he does, flames sputter to life in the torch, and he places it upon a wall. And he turns around and says to Azarax, Marius, and Taxes, "Well, don't just stand there, come in." And he starts busying himself, trying to light fires in this old, dilapidated home that he now calls his own. And I ask, Azarax, how are you feeling and what is it you're doing?
Scratching at his arm. It's been a rough week for Azarax. He is not a person used to living life on the road, especially a life of one as worse than a refugee at this point, on the run from the most powerful people in the land, most likely. Azarax has torn off the sleeves of his robe, and he is disheveled looking. I imagine that he has a bit of a cold at this point, and when we are beckoned in, he has a little bit of a look like a wet and frightened cat, and I imagine that he would go to take a step and then look over at his friends who are much more formidable than him and sniffle and wait for them to do something.
Perfect. Marius, same question to you.
Seeing this weaver creature, whatever it might be, bring this thing to his mouth and then seemingly magically cause a flame to appear, Marius reflexively grips at his amulet for a second and then stops, composing himself. Unlike Azarax, Marius feels quite comfortable. He's been on the run for months on his own, fleeing the most dangerous hunters in the Nine Kingdoms. And so finally he has some people who seem to care for him. And so he's felt pretty comfortable these last few days. Looking at beautiful countryside and walking with these people has been like a holiday for him. He's definitely wary of this creature. I suppose it's a dragonborn, he thinks. But he's not certain, and he's keeping his eyes open.
He certainly looks like a dragonborn. He has a dark emerald kind of scales, basically on the verge of being black almost, blackened with age, maybe experience. Too hard to tell. It's not the best lit area. And he's actually bustling around. And then, as you recall, at the end of last session, Taxes went on a little bit of a hunting trip, whilst Azarax and Marius went about trying to work out the Gate of Gar-El. And all of a sudden, this creature, Weaver, is standing right in front of you, Taxes. The first dragonborn you've seen since you can remember. And he looks at you dead in the eye and he goes, "Give that to me." And he reaches out with a scaled palm.
And you see this like exchange, I imagine, from the two of them. He's looking at this sort of frail dragon, and you see his nostrils sort of flare, sniffing and kind of assessing as if it prey or friend. And he goes, "Oh, hell. We were asked to bring this to you. So I suppose it's about time you had it." And if you're holding that out, are you asking for him to hand over like the book?
Taxes, perhaps you reach for the book, but he goes, "The deer. I want the deer. I'm going to skin it and cook it."
Oh, that's what you want.
He just takes it.
Right.
He just takes it, and he just almost shoulders by you, clearly not sort of concerned with what you're feeling or what you're really talking about. And he slams this deer on this big sort of work bench thing that he's got right at the back of his hovel. Takes a knife and starts basically shedding this thing of its hide. Clearly experienced of doing this thing, and as he's doing so, he looks to you and says, just over his shoulder, and says, "Your names?"
Hey, now hold on. You wait a minute. I killed that thing fair and son of a bitch. The name's Taxes. And like I imagine the two of them, he walks over to the table and it's just like a butcher like contest where they're like he's going over there and he just starts like, "The name's Taxes. You'll do right to not forget that."
"Well then, Taxes, you would like to make yourself useful. I would like you to take this." And he reaches over the workbench and grabs what looks like another torch. And he just thrusts it into your hand and he says, "Light that and put it outside. Stick it in the ground. Make sure it's visible to the settlement down east from here."
And there's a bit of an exchange too. Like he feels like he's being treated like a young dragon kin, just like a "You little son of a-" and you just see him like curl his tail back and just his large bulky size comes out of the little hovel that they're in. And "I'll be right back. You keep an eye on him." And he just starts down that hill.
And as you go, you go outside, and Weaver sort of shouts, "Were you born in a barn? Close the door." Which leaves Marius and Azarax in the hovel alone with Weaver as he's sort of skinning this deer.
You know, Weaver, we've come a long way and braved a lot of danger to get here. The very least that we could expect would be some hospitality and some manners.
Weaver sort of just shoots a glance at you, those dragonborn eyes just narrowing and just looks, just basically takes a measure of you. And he sort of bows his head and looks to you, and he says, "You'll forgive me. It has been quite some time since I've seen one of my own kin. And I hate to make this sound simplistic, but it's not entirely the shade I would have desired."
Marius just raises an eyebrow, thinking, is this guy really so simplistic? Is this honestly, he's like racist? This is what we've come to? This is who we've walked all this way for?
Are you saying that aloud, or is that just what
No,
you're
he's
thinking?
just thinking it, yeah, and it's probably written
Sure.
clear in his face.
If it's written clear on his face, he's going to say, "Now I understand why you would look at me that way. And trust me, I like to deem myself as open-minded. However, A lot has happened between what used to be my kin. You'll understand if I am hesitant to be polite.
Was Taxes there personally? Was he involved in any of these things?
I know not. But I know of his clan. I could see it in his eyes. But you are right. I am an old man. And perhaps I am too quick to jump to judgment. Times are hard, as I'm sure you know.
Manners are important, especially among strangers who have walked a long way. People who don't know each other and who are well armed, I think manners are crucially important.
He looks to you and his eyes sort of scan to your weapons, and he sort of, you see the sides of his mouth sort of curl as if smiling dismissively at the idea of just, weapons. And he says, I shall bear that in mind. Please take a seat. I shall offer you some food if you have traveled so far. I shall cook it for you.
Most gracious. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Taxes, outside. I'm guessing you would have just lit the torch. Would you come straight back in, or?
Yeah, I imagine it's not very long. He's grumbling to himself because he's like, this green-eyed son of a gun, I swear I'll rip his tail off and shove it down his mouth hole the next time he talks to me like that. How dare him. And he's just, and you see this sort of red and copperish flame just come roaring out underneath. Just he lights the torch and then he looks around and scans the area. And Rob, if I could, I just want to find a spot in this area that would be the most visible for that torch to be lit. Just like he asked, I want to follow through with what was being deemed appropriate.
Definitely, and due to your serpentine nature when it comes to climbing and slithering around things, you are able to actually mount and ascend the sort of crag that this hovel is built into. It doesn't require a check. You'll be able to do it fairly easily. And you are able to sort of just shove this torch into the meeting of two rocks while it's lit. And while you're up there, you can actually see the settlement that you actually passed by on your way here. You see a few torches sort of glinting down there, but it's now pretty dark. Night has fallen. And it is some way away. You can only see it because you're on such raised territory. But you are confident that this torch, this signal, is visible from basically most areas around this place.
Right. So I would go about doing that, and then I think I would just slither down, just and walk back in, just kind of gruff and angry and just pissed off. Like, we walked all this way and you got to be the one guy I don't want to see. But so yeah, what is the weather like outside while we're at it? Cool.
So it's interesting. You sort of are up there and your tail curls around some rocks to give you more balance, and you may be taking a breath just to sort of calm down. Like, when you've been really angry, you just need to leave the room for a bit. Just you're doing that, and you sort of look and you see that rain begins to gently pitter-patter onto the ground, and kind of that icy rain on the verge of being sleet as well. And it was quite gentle at first, but now it's starting to come down in buckets after a few short moments, soaking the ground beneath the crag that you're sat on looking at the sky.
So I think what I'll do then is, as I'm coming back down, I'm like, this again. And he just sort of frills all of his scales and just, I imagine a dragon trying to kind of keep warm in that cold condition would occasionally puff out a little bit of flame across the jowls to try to keep himself warm. So you just see him coming down the aisleway, just the flame coming from the nostrils and the outsides of his mouth, just keeping his face warm.
And are you going to return?
Yeah, he like comes through the door, and this time, as he comes to the door, he closes it. There, you happy?
And he looks to you, and he opens his mouth as if he's about to say something, and he looks over to Marius. And then he stops and he says, "Very. Why don't you take a seat?" And he gestures. And as you do, you can see he's been a hard at work. He's already started cooking this deer on a spit. And he looks to you and says, "Do you like your meat rare?"
Well, as rare as you can get it. By the time it goes down my throat, it'll be well done, so it doesn't really matter.
And he goes, "Ah, yes, you're..." And he's about to make another comment and then stops. And he actually reaches to the haunch of this deer and basically slices off like a great wad of meat, slaps it into a big bowl, and just pushes it into your hands. And he says, It is fortunate that you have come. I am sorry if I did not give you the most hospitable welcome. But I've lived a long life and I've seen many things, and I've known to my cost that it pays little to trust easily. Forgive me.
No, that's something we can agree on. Good for you. I don't trust many people. Hell, you can ask them. I barely trusted them the first time I met them.
He looks over to Azarax and Marius as he hands you perhaps better, well-cooked bits of meat.
Marius has a very polite smile on his face. He's just like looking like, "Thank you for that." And he's also looking at Taxes, like giving him these eyes like, don't do it. Just smile.
And Azarax would take the meat, and I imagine he'd cut off a very, very, very small piece and put it in his mouth and smile politely as he began to chew. And he'd look, and he'd turn to our host and say, "They call you Weaver, but I do not see any looms or spinning wheels in here. Where is it that you got your name?"
It is true, I am somewhat out of wool these days. It is interesting to find a denizen of the Underdark in my humble home. Very interesting
Yes, well,
indeed.
it is nice to be somewhere where I'm not considered to have the wrong shade of skin, as it were.
Not at all, I respect you completely. Yes, I am short of wool, as you quite rightly point out, for it is not wool that I weave. It is legend and myth, and that grants power.
Well, I apologize, but my mouth is full of this delicious food that you have given us. Would you be so kind as to give us one of these tales while we eat?
He looks and he looks to basically the door, and you can see that there's sort of like a kind of like metal grill, so you can sort of just see through it just about. And he looks back to you, and he says, "Well, all depends on the kind of story that you like to hear."
Well, if there are truly powers that come from your tales, from your words, You must know a great deal. You must be a very learned man. So I believe I speak on behalf of all of us that if you have any stories about, defeating a man in a red robe with a face that is half black and white that can disintegrate a man with a golden sunbeam that shoots from his eyes, that is the story we would like to hear.
And Weaver, watching you carefully, is able to detect a level of earnest wish to understand the fate that has befallen you, to understand the reason why you are out in the middle of Farwyde with no real idea what's going on, hunted by this individual that you speak of. And Weaver looks down and he says, Equinox. To truly understand Equinox, I would indeed have to begin where all good stories begin, from the start. I understand that you do not really know an awful lot about the Lorekeepers, is that correct?
We've been told almost nothing.
Yes. For
Taxes will give like a grunt.
he sort of like just eyes you on and says, yes, indeed, we were once prevalent, we were once proud, we were once heralded across these 9 kingdoms, but no more. Our power is derived from understanding, hearing, celebrating the legends that we committed to the grimoires, committed to a vast tapestry of legend. But when one wishes to stamp out a legend, they can often fade into dust. The Lorekeepers, bang, bang, bang.
Marius almost falls out of his chair with the fright. He was like leaning in, like, finally, we will hear this. And then boom, and he just like leaps up into the air and like knocks over his dinner and is like grasping like a maniac for a weapon.
And Weaver just puts out our arm and says, calm yourself. It seems we have a guest. And Weaver gets to his feet and sort of half hobbles over to the door and wrenches it open. There is a blast of wind that just turns all of the flames lit in the room horizontal as the wind just pours into the room, rain pattering on the doorstep, and a figure walks into the hovel. Barker, I would like you to describe who this person is.
Once the flickering of the torches returns from its dimmed state, from their dimmed state, the shadow along the wall speaks of a man maybe 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered. But when you follow that shadow all the way back to the person, you see a shrunken man, hunched, probably human. He wipes the dew that is coalesced throughout his beard away and wipes his hand on this skin, this fur. And he maneuvers this obvious shorter version of that shadowed figure, moves immediately into the room past Weaver, doesn't even give him a second glance, but he does say, storyteller, as in acknowledgement, as he moves directly into the room towards this meat that is roasting on the spit, but he stops for a moment and looks up, and he takes you all in. His eyes move to taxes. He realizes for a moment that he's the one that he just called storyteller. Then his eyes, after he realizes his mistake, move to Marius. And Card stands up a little bit taller, putting his shoulders back. But it's when he sees Azarax that he says, I thought I was the dirtiest crowd you kept there, Weaver. I'd say you scraped the bottom of the barrel, but I rather like barrels. Don't want to insult them too much. He walks over to the meat, puts his face down. Fresh, there's no way you caught this yourself, Weaver. You're useless. But he sits. His final motion is to sit upon this table. After he does so, he pulls out an item, a small shard of obsidian, and he just begins chipping away at the wood, looking around at everybody, and he says, I'm sorry, my name is Card.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Card, prompt as ever. We were actually having a conversation about manners, and I, for one, found myself lacking, and now it seems that you do too. What a bad impression we must be making. Help yourself, by the way. He sort of gestures at the meat, and I'll have you know, I can still bring down maybe a rabbit.
He didn't bring this down. I did. If he tries to tell you a story about how we killed a deer, that was me. This is really good, Weaver. Next time, you should probably think about killing something bigger.
Weaver sort of just stares at you and he says, Now, I don't wish for you to be alarmed. There is a very good reason why I have sent for my friend here. This is Card Kilgannon. He is a wanderer in these parts, and you may understand the meaning for his presence shortly. You wish to hear a story. Is that right, Drow?
I have a name. It is William. And yes, I would like to hear a story.
Throwback, man! He doesn't believe you.
Yeah, my name's William too. Now we'll get on with the story part, right?
Very well. You wish to hear a story, then I shall tell you one.
I'm sorry, Weaver, can I interrupt for a moment before you launch into this? Hello, Mr. Kilgannon, is it? You seem a pleasant fellow, perhaps a little drunk. But you came in here and you gave a grave insult to a friend of mine, and I would like you to apologize before we continue.
Weaver rolls his eyes.
Card looks up a bit surprised, and he says, well, wait. I haven't had a drink in 12 years. But, and he looks back at Azarax and he says, I'm sorry that my words might have offended you. It's been a long trip. It's cold outside. No, that's it. Will that do it for you? What did you say your name was, tall one?
It is Marius.
That's a good name. Big name. About as big as you. When I hear that name, I shiver. From the days of antiquity, I just can't help but be afraid.
It is not my intention to frighten you. And I
Well,
suppose
that's good.
that half-hearted apology will have to do.
Well, he looks at Weaver and he says, half a heart was all I was left with. He looks back, nods to you, Marius, and continues scratching away at the wooden table.
If
He looks
we
a little
would-
bit more bashful this time now.
Weaver just stops and he just waits, and there is just a silence, just in the hovel. All that can be heard is the crackling of the fat spitting off the deer, still on the spit. And he looks around. Sorry, go ahead.
Marius waits for him to be about to speak. He's like watching, and then he says, Azarax, are you satisfied with the apology?
Azarax just starts giggling to himself. Although, what is truly mirthful for Azarax, for anyone who hasn't been around a drow before, there is probably an element of true malevolence that just can't be seen through for a surface dweller, as this deep, whispery laugh in the back of his throat as he turns to the new man in the room. He says, "It is fine. Don't worry. No offense taken."
And then Card will look at Marius and kind of give him this gesture.
Marius will very regally and slowly incline his head, and then he'll look to Weaver. That story, if you please.
Yes. And by your reaction earlier, I think it's about time. You wish to know of the Lorekeepers, you wish to know of our plight and our fall. Well, I shall try and be as succinct as possible. The Lorekeepers were an order devoted to keeping the forces of legend and magic alive throughout these 9 kingdoms. Defenders of the old ways, some would call us. Our deeds were great. Our powers were greater. Our reputations became stuff of stories. Stories that would contain a power unlike anything else. Stories that teach us that we can achieve anything that we set our minds to. They teach us about good, they teach us about evil, and everything in between. We were founded by like-minded adventurers, free thinkers. And the first of us discovered that our mighty deeds were resonating throughout the world. And that in turn rewarded us with a very tangible power. It was the first of us that discovered the telling. An otherworldly plane that is the source of this great power. Legends and stories echo throughout the telling and are kept within it, bestowing powers upon us, fitting the nature of the legends that created them. It is a cyclical notion, and it has been our way for many years. Or at least, it was. He scans the room, looking to see if any of you are following along. How are you guys reacting to this this sudden burst of information that you've been waiting for so long?
With great worry is Marius's reaction. The word weaver in many languages relates to a magician, a warlock, and things like that. And this weaver has proven to be very odd in his way. And now he's speaking of great power. So Marius's natural sense of not quite correct is going off, and he's leaning back, probably looking a little bit nervous.
Yeah, your instincts, those witch hunter instincts, are basically got you on high alert.
Yep.
And as Weaver sort of scans the rest of you, is there anything anyone else would like to add as he continues, before he continues?
I imagine you would see Taxes. Taxes would look up and just like regard Weaver occasionally between like large ripping hunks of meat as he's going through this haunch. And then just like the blood dripping down from the mouth as he's just right. Yeah, I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to explain it to me.
He grins.
You got pretty words for a dragonborn, boy. I need to hear you say that to my face.
He sort of grins, showing you more teeth than you can count. And he says, "This book, Grim, as he likes to be called, he is a conduit to the telling, this other place. And as these stories and legends are chronicled within him, that power begins to blossom. Do you understand that, Taxes?"
See, you explained it like a flower. I've seen a flower. I understand what a flower does. It's a bud and then it blooms. That makes way more sense than all those flowery words you were using earlier. Good job. Thank you, Verd. Yes, I understand what the hell it does.
Very well.
Perhaps you should listen to the rest of the story, he says. And then he goes back to the deer, which you see him scraping off kind of the blackened meat at the top. And then he just kind of takes it and he puts it into his bearded mouth and wipes his hand again.
Thank you, Card. And I do apologize. I know you've heard this about 1,000 times or so. But the grimoires are very important, and is why I bring them up. Grimoires would belong to a Lorekeeper. Each would have their own. And as I said, they would act as a focus, a conduit to the telling. A living, conscious being in the form of a tome. If your deeds are chronicled within Grim, you are becoming attuned to the telling. And you will find, as you continue your journey, powers will begin to manifest, powers individual to you. My friends, whether you would wish it or not, you have already taken your first steps to becoming Lorekeepers.
At this point, you would hear Card let out almost like a scoff, like a as he slams down this kind of sharpened obsidian pointed object into this strange oblong face he's drawn, almost like a mask with a line down the center, and that obsidian piece has been jammed into where one of the eyes might be. But he gets back up and moves over to get some more meat from the spit.
How are the rest of you reacting to this declaration?
Yeah, so as there's a pause in the conversation, I think that Azarax would raise his voice and he'd say, so originally there were many of these Lorekeepers, and each of them had their own grimoire. What happens to a grimoire when a Lorekeeper dies?
Well, the grimoire could often retain its power and its stories, but many of them were sadly purged to keep them hidden. For as they act as a conduit, they also act as a beacon. And that meant they could be found. You ask of Equinox. He did such a thing. You are aware of Advent, the forces he leads.
We have dealt with them in the past.
Then I have assessed you harshly, for it is indeed a miracle you are alive. For many years, Equinox hunted us. He and the blind eye of the Magisterium, the Court of Whispers, the Tribunal, led almost to our extinction. Grim happens to be the only grimoire left. He had to be protected. He had to be kept safe. A steward of ours, Stafflin, the most devoted man I have ever known. He created an incantation. He drew the very power from his own eyes to ensure that when he carried Grim, nothing could be chronicled. He would not be able to gaze upon the letters on his pages. The slate was wiped clean, and Grim was safe. Safe for the time he could be returned to me. So this could happen. So we could be reunited. As you know, as you saw, Stafflin died doing what he believed was right. He was a good man. And I'm sorry he's gone. Equinox. You might like to think of him as a monster, but he is much worse. For a long time, we suspected that the telling was not merely an echo chamber of our actions, but was in fact capable of sustaining some form of life. It was believed that when Equinox emerged from the telling, he would be a bastion of good, the ultimate example of a legendary being, the ultimate hero. But what stepped out of the telling was no hero, not a being forged from inspiration of legend and of goodly deeds, but that of fear, the fear in the hearts of all earthly creatures, the antithesis of our power. Equinox is not just a monster. He is a nightmare incarnate, and now he walks among us all. And he looks down as if overwhelmed by even thinking about this. You can tell that this is something that he hasn't spoken about in a long time, something he would have tried his hardest to forget about. And you see that almost defensive act that he was giving you guys kind of drop. And you just see this old creature sort of slumped in his chair with the fire crackling behind him.
Azarax would stand up from his chair and walk over to Weaver and place a hand on his shoulder. And he would say, "I am sorry for your loss. We did not know Stafflin, but of course, he set us upon the course of events that brought us here. I did not know Stafflin, we did not know him. But it sounds like he was truly a hero. But there is a man that we do know who also is a hero, who also gave everything to keep this, and he pulls out Grim, if I may. I don't remember if I had it or not, but if I may.
I would have had it, but you can go ahead and take it. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Maybe he grabs it on the way over. And he says, do you want me to read? Do you want to hear about what happened to him? Huh? What about you? And he turns over at Cade. You see now Azarax's full face. His hood has come back a bit. His eyes are obscured with this silver and black visor. But somehow you might feel his eyes staring into you as he says, yeah, do you want to hear about our friend? Huh? Yeah, I will read to you. Look at this. Look at this. In the midst of a great inferno of black liquid and fire, the heroes fought against this changeling, this creature capable of shifting her form. And all at once, Raylan fell, a great flash of light, and he was no more, pulled into another dimension. He slams the book shut. I am not a lorekeeper. Maybe one day I will be a lorekeeper. Maybe they will be a lorekeeper. I am a friend of a man named Raylan, and he is gone. And I'm sorry you lost your friend, and I'm sorry you dwarf-looking motherfucker are such an asshole. But I think that we are owed an explanation. Where the fuck is Raylan?
Who's Raylan? Card looks around with surprise on his face at being directly insulted, but he deserves it. But he just kind of releases those words, and that's it.
Weaver, in a moment, is on his feet, and he raises a hand to sort of just quieten you, Card down. Just quiet down. Logris, take a point of inspiration. My fucking god. He looks to you and he says, "You're right. The time for self-pity is over. There is no need to apologize. You have done more than anyone I could ever have expected to. Your friend, Raylan, you say, drawn into the telling. I know of what you speak. I understand what must have happened to your friend. It is possible, very possible, that your friend was transported into the telling. There was a time that the Lorekeepers could do so with relative ease, with the help of a grimoire. But now the telling is broken. As broken as the world we live in today. And entering it is far more difficult and far more deadly than you could ever realize. If your friend was truly pulled into the telling, we would need a focus point. We would have to travel to access it. The Gate of Gael. It is nowhere near powerful enough for what we would need for the transition to take place. We must go, and you notice his eyes shift suddenly to Card, knowing that Card would understand the gravity of this situation. We must go. If there's any hope of retrieving your friend, to the ruins of the Mythanium. It was the primary domain of the Lorekeepers. It was a library of legend. It was destroyed long ago by Advent and Equinox. But if we can restore the Mythanium, then perhaps we will be able to retrieve your friend. And perhaps then the debt will be repaid. I owe you a lot. All of you, and he addresses all of you. If you do not trust me, I understand, but please. Grim would not have just reacted to anyone. So if you don't trust me, at least trust in yourselves. Will you come with me?
Standing there, looking at him, hearing the integrity of this man's words, there's a shift in Azarax's visor, almost imperceptible, an arcane shift as he triggers his attunement to this ancient artifact of the Drow and its ability to suss out lies in subjects. As he stares, I imagine that all of a sudden his vision shoots in and he can see the Dragonborn's carotid artery beating. Goof, goof, goof. He looks and he can like super zoom in at the dilation of the pupils as I will make an insight check with advantage as per one of the abilities of this thing.
Can
Absolutely,
I also give
go ahead.
Locrius my point of inspiration?
You certainly can.
I mean, I rolled 2 3s on the dice, so I don't know shit.
You have been traveling for some time, and you are just staring, and you're kind of just staring, like taking the full image of Weaver in, and it is almost imperceptible, but you can tell, you're pretty sure that he is being sincere. And as you're looking at him, he kind of shifts and looks sort of to the side, actually looking at your visor with some kind of recognition. And he says, "The visor of Venator. Impressive."
I'm impressed you know that. Azarax turns to his companions. He nods. He says, if there's a chance we can get Raylan back, maybe in the Smithanium we can learn something else about this equinox. You say it is if his essence was tempered in the telling, but it turned sour. What was he before he was what he is now?
From what I know, he was born inside. But Advent, those who follow him, are a bastardization of what the Lorekeepers once were, where the Lorekeepers draw their power from great legends and heroic deeds. Advent grow in strength through fear and destruction. At the time Equinox emerged from the telling, the God King was sweeping the 9 kingdoms with his forces. The reign of chaos. There was little room in the hearts of all earthly creatures for joy and optimism and heroism, where such death and destruction was at hand. I fear that is the cause.
I see.
So they gain these Advent, they gain their power from destruction and fear and death. What makes them any different from any tyrant, any government, any organization that has existed in civilization since the dawn of time? What makes them different to the Magisterium?
There is one thing alone that makes them different from the Magisterium, and the Court of Whispers, and the Tribunal, and the God King himself. The very fact that Farwyde has never been conquered. His reach, the God King's reach, has never managed to touch Farwyde's soil. But Advent, they turn a blind eye to. For Advent are heretical, they are fanatical, and they rise up. They will be able to tear Farwyde apart from within. And it would seem that it is only us now that stand in their way.
Bottoms of barrels, as he stuffed one final piece of meat in his mouth.
At that, Taxes takes a look over at Card for a minute. Think I'm gonna like you, boy. You're good people. And then he looks over. He takes the last the last little chunk of haunch, and he launches it into the air and blows a puff of dragon fire into the air and watches it sink back down into his gullet. So you're telling me if we agree to do this right now, I can get Raylan back. Don't answer any other questions. Just ask me if I do this for you, Raylan, I get to see him again, right? That's it. That's all I want to know.
Weaver sort of slumps his shoulders and he looks at you. One dragonborn looking to the other. And he says, if there is any way that Raylan is alive and can be retrieved, I will do everything in my power to return him to you. He died, not died. He fell in the name of the Lorekeepers. And we shall honor him by returning him to this plane.
And then you see this kind of dragonborn smile, kind of grin come over his face. All right, Weaver, fine. I got a whole lot of questions up in this mangled mess of a brain I got going on here. I don't really remember a whole lot, so you're going to have to be my short-term memory. So here's the thing. I agreed to do this. You help me figure out what's up here. You help me figure out Raylan. I'll agree to be a Lorekeeper.
Weaver sort of looks at you, and it's almost like he looks past you, summing you up. Taxes, I'd like you to make an insight check. In fact, all of you, make an insight check. Okay. Taxes, you kind of know that somehow Weaver, and you'll forgive me for the analogy, but Weaver is reading you like a book. And he just nods to you, a look of understanding dawning upon him. And he looks to you and he says, "Very well, if it is agreed, tomorrow at first light, we shall journey to the Mythanium. But for now, rest, eat, and tomorrow we will find your friend." And he looks over to Card and he says, "Card, come with me."
Yeah, storyteller gets up and follows you.
He leads you outside, and this old dragonborn, this creature, looks at you. The rain beating down on him, but he doesn't seem to care. He looks at you and he says, "I understand this. This may be difficult for you. But you must see the significance in this. You must see that a grimoire being returned to us. It is the only hope we have. I've tried to raise you. I've tried to protect you from what could only be described as your fate. But I think it is now time that you at least try. Please try to embrace this. It is what your father would have wanted, and I know it isn't his grimoire. I know it isn't used."
At that point, you would just get a strike in the gut if he could just attempt to hit you right in the gut.
Yeah, Weaver basically just buckles and sort of just hits the wall of the hovel and sort of almost slides to the ground, looking up at you.
My father would have wanted it. Well, my father would have wanted. You got me all wrong, storyteller. And he picks you up and brushes you off. And he says, "I ain't doing this for you. I ain't doing this for your friends inside your house. I'm doing this to kill him." And after a long moment, he says, "I don't care about your Lorekeepers. I stopped caring about that a long time ago. To me, a Lorekeeper is just someone that stops coming home after a while and breaks their promises."
And as Barker takes a point of inspiration, we are going to take a short moment to say hello, everyone, and welcome! Welcome to Performance Check. My name is Rob, and this is The Lorekeepers, Chapter 4, The Telling. And my goodness me, it is good to be back. And there's something a little different. There's something a little strange in the air. What could it be? Could it be contractual problems that caused Tim to have disappeared? Could we not have been paying him enough? Was there a problem with his agent? Who knows? All we know now is that we have the most wonderful player now making up for it. Barker, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the adoring crowd.
The most wonderful player, I think, would probably go to either Locrius or Lloyd, or I would say Chad. You see, the three people that are here. You always talk smack about someone if they're not here. But my name is Tim from Tabletop Terrors. I'm half of Tabletop Terrors and a quarter of that. No. This is awesome. Thanks, Rob, for letting me jump in. And thanks for dealing with my tricky moment where I'm trying to find exactly what card sounds like as I go. So
it's amazing. It's so good. It's good, man. I love it.
Oh man, it's like a mixture of Fitzgerald from The Revenant and Cash Me Outside Girl. So I'm working on it.
No, it's excellent, man. I absolutely adore it. I absolutely love it. And thank you very much for joining us. Dad!
Dude, thank you.
Woo! Oh man, Rob, dude, what the heck? Like, I don't
What
even
the?
know. So guys, I am so glad to be back with this family. It feels so good. I guess are we doing the like promotion stuff right now? I don't even know what we're doing.
You can totally plug something. There'll be time at the end as well, so you know.
Sure. I mean, no, I mean, then I won't. Then I don't think I'll plug anything right now. But I'm just so happy to be back with this family, and just Barker, dude, having you here, it's like an additional hug for me virtually. So
An additional hug.
Virtual. We get 2 hugs.
It's like an additional virtual hug. It's so awesome. I'm so like when you don't go, especially because of us, because of the way that things have panned out. I think what did we miss? Did we miss December and January?
Yeah, like over 2 months.
Yeah. So when you've gone 2 months without seeing these cats for like that long, I missed seeing their mugs for that long, and so this makes me feel good, all warm and fuzzy on the insides.
Just know that it doesn't feel that way to me. It feels like you guys are just naturally on point. I don't know what it is. I'm in here like, oh my God, these guys know each other.
He's a new boy. New kid at school. Lloyd, my bro.
Hello. There's too much backslapping going on, so I will say that I'm here because my contract forces me to be here. And, I'm giving this game a 6 out of 10.
Excellent. Well, that's good on your rating system, I think, Lloyd. I think
It's my lowest ever score.
Excellent. Moving on. Jeez. Hello, Chris, my angel in blue. How's it going, man?
It's going great, man. I'm playing in the Lorekeepers, man. How do you think it's going? This is literally the best game that has ever been invented, ever. I'm making up for Lloyd's lackluster.
11 out of 10.
No, this is great, man. I'm loving it. I didn't actually know that it was Barker and not Tim until a half hour into the game, and it's been awesome. I've been happy. No, man, of course we missed him, but we're so happy to have Barker. It's just great. It worked out great. I'm glad that we found a good fix for it. And I'm having a blast, man. It's always a great time playing with all you guys. So I'm in there. It's great.
Absolutely. And let's see now if we can find him. So, the sun rises over Farwyde. The rain has become crystal dew upon the long grass outside of this hovel. And I'm going to say that Marius is the first to awaken. You were all handed like rough spun blankets and maybe you have your bedroll from your kit as well. You managed to get quite a good night's sleep. By the way, long rest, obviously. If you needed any HE, then there we go. What are you doing first thing in the morning? You're the first to wake up, Marius.
So Marius has lived a life of extreme routine, and that sticks with him. He wakes up, would splash some cold water in his face, and he would go outside and engage in a series of stretches and exercises, along with like mental exercises. This is what he has done every day in his life since he was a little kid. It's just what he has to do. It kind of makes him feel awake. It also makes him, or keeps his skills sharp. So he would wake up, he would splash some water, and he would go outside and exercise. He would kind of look out. Is it snowing now, or is it raining, or what's the situation?
So with your experience of, traveling throughout the 9 kingdoms, you kind of know what the atmosphere around you sort of feels like when it's on the cusp of beginning to snow. You know that it is likely to be snowing, at least throughout the rest of the day. At some point in the early afternoon, you suspect.
That is Marius's favorite kind of weather. Crisp, extremely cold. He would like stop after maybe 20 minutes and he would like squat down on the ground and just and then he would just like stop and admire the steam coming from his mouth. take a small moment to enjoy that little bit of niceness and try to relax while he can.
Amazing. And it's at this point you notice and realize that when Card left the hovel last night, he didn't come back in. But he's there. Card has appeared on the side of this crag. Seemingly, maybe he's been there all night. Maybe he went on a wander. Who knows? How's Card feeling this morning?
Marius, you would see his figure walking towards you, and he just looks somewhat like a hunchback in a way, but you realize that it's because he's got his pack underneath his cloak. But you see the steam kind of maneuvering through his beard, and you see icicles in his beard as he approaches you. And he gives you a nod, but he looks at your attire to kind of gauge kind of who you are and where you came from. What does he see?
So Marius owns very few things, full stop. So he would be wearing like the clothes he slept in, which would be pretty nice, actually. Like finely made, I would imagine woolen shades of green. And it's quite nice stuff. It's got like a little hem and stitching and fancy stuff like that. Things that you wouldn't expect him to be wearing. But he definitely can move in it. He probably looks rich, even though he's not.
Then Card approaching you would say, "Your life nobility teach you how to skin one of these," and he tosses a squirrel right in front of you, right in front of your legs, and that's it.
Huh. Well, no, to be honest. Usually we have people to do that for us. The help, we call them. Servants. Small folk, lesser people. We would slap them around quite frequently. And he just like locks eyes with Card, and he's like got this totally straight face on.
After a long moment, Card can't be worse than a storyteller. And he walks toward the cabin.
Amazing. Lloyd, point of inspiration. Beautiful stuff. Funny stuff. The door slams open of the hovel. Azrax, you are jolted awake by this noise. Marius, obviously trying to be considerate, got up quietly and went outside. The door just slams open. You were jolted awake from whatever dream you were having. Jax is, I'm guessing, still snoring heavily, smoke coming out of his nostrils.
Oh yeah, no, us Dragonborn, we're not waking up for nothing if we don't have to. So
No, Weaver is also still asleep, but also jolts awake as the door slams open.
And actually, immediately, Card would, upon, you wouldn't even notice Azrax being woken up. He'd walk over towards Taxes, and he actually has already a skinned animal. We'll say like a rabbit, and he somehow, knowing what he's doing, is going to attempt to hold it over Tax's face while he snores to begin cooking it, and he's just turning it over Tax's face as if he's done this before, and this is completely nonchalant.
dude, I just want to say that's fantastic. Just do it. That's the greatest thing.
And he would look to Azrax and say, "Morning there, underdweller."
Oh, right. Are you facing forward or backward and your pants are off? Because I can't tell if that's your face or very, very hairy ass. It's difficult to tell.
He would chuckle.
Azarax would get up and sort of give him a nod, seeing that man maybe has a sense of humor after all. And he'd step up and he'd walk over and he'd hold out a hand with long, thin fingers as if to shake it.
I would say that Card looks at your hand for a long moment before grasping it, looking up to you and says, Card.
It's probably the softest hand you've ever shaken in your life.
Yeah.
He says, good. I'm Azarax. So, you're not a Lorekeeper. Are you a Lorekeeper? No.
No, I'm not a Lorekeeper.
Okay. But, you know the storyteller. You seem like you have history, so. We did not have a long time to talk last night, but it seems we will travel together, so.
Oh, last night, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm in better spirits today. Sometimes you just gotta hit something.
Yeah.
And
No.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
As he says, hit something, Weaver sort of like is getting up, just sort of still sort of clutching at his stomach. He pays it no mind and he says, gather your belongings. We're going to leave in 5 minutes. And he's reaching into shelves and taking supplies for what would seem to be looking like a fairly long journey, a couple of days, you reckon, Azarax, by the amount of stuff that he's putting into a pack. He takes up a staff that's leaning on on one of the walls, sort of tests his weight against it, and begins getting ready. Is there anything you'd like to do before you set off on your great journey, guys?
I think at this point, after everybody's been doing this, all the commotion around him now, this Dragonborn is just rocked with a cacophony of different sounds around him. And he's just... and he smells the blood, I imagine, as it starts to drip down on his nostrils. What's that? And if you can imagine like a dog as he's dreaming about chasing rabbits or something like that, there's that moment where he's like tearing up a pillow, just and then he wakes up. We're leaving. What's that? We're leaving. Oh, okay. Hey, oh, no, what? Get that out of my face. If you're not gonna eat it, you share it. Come on.
Card takes half of it, takes the meat off, hands it to you, and says, "For your trouble."
That's right. And he just starts to gather his things and looks at you and says, "Rabbit, you're not half bad, kid. Good job."
Marius comes in and his hands are covered in blood, and like as are like the hems of his shirt, and he's like holding just like this ruined mass of fur and meat, and he like is holding it like to his side, so when he comes in, you guys can't see it, and he goes over to Card and he just like slides it in your direction, and he just gives you a nod. And then he like clasps his hands and says, "We should be going. We're losing the daylight."
Ain't you a mystery?
Okay. So I think there is very little talk amongst you as you set off. Weaver ahead of you all, pulling up his hood over his scaly, elongated face. And he looks back and takes one last look at his front door, and then looks to the gate of Gael, which no longer gleams with that yellow light like it had done the night before. Now stands there silent and empty. And he looks to you, Card, and he says, "You know where we are going. You know those lands better than most. I'm sure you will keep your eyes open.
As long as I'm alive well enough to open them.
And you can see, like, your constant sort of dismissal of everything he's saying is something that weighs heavily on him. For those who would be looking sort of objectively at this situation, it's almost like a surrogate father not being accepted almost. But he doesn't say anything. And he sort of nods, and Card, you take point. The journey throughout the first day is long, arduous. You find yourself walking through plane after plane of long grass that sweeps at your shins. Covered with frost and dew. You don't really pass anyone. In fact, it is a very solitary path that you are making across the open and beautiful landscape of Farwyde. You see to the south, just within view, is a landscape dotted with mountains that reach high into the air. You see one in particular, needle-like, reaching for the sky itself. A strange ball of energy revolving around it. But you're heading a course which is southwest. And after a day's travel and very little spoken, a camp is set, a fire is lit, and you rest once again. Not an awful lot happens that night. However, Taxes, you stoking the fire as the others try and bed down, get rest, shelter from the cold. You notice that Weaver has been shooting you the odd glance here and there. Not a hostile glance, but one of, if you imagine an interested librarian almost. Someone who wants to know more, someone who wants to read more of this book. But he keeps it to himself. Unless you obviously do anything.
I imagine a dragonborn, the way that they stoke a fire is a little bit different than the way a human would or the way that any other creature would. You see him like just taking and getting stones, taking the snow off the top of some stones or whatever is around, making sure everything is dry as much as he possibly can, and just keeps blowing on the fire in front of him to try to keep it stoked and keep it from getting weathered. And then he just glances over. I can feel your eyeballs on the back of my neck more than the sleet in the air. Or, what do you want to know, old man? Keep staring.
You glance up, and yeah, he's behind you, but I'm saying the fire will be next to you. So as you look up, you just see sort of Weaver hunched over on the other side of the fire, just watching you, and he just says, Nerexius.
And with that, like, his eyes go wide. And I imagine he just has a moment of panic. And a moment of questioning. And then there's like this flash of like he's having all these memories and all these flashes sort of kind of flash in front of his eyes. And then he looks to like his hand and that silver talon ring that he somehow has managed to acquire. What name did you say?
And Weaver sort of leans forward a bit more and says, "Oh, but you know the name, Taxes. It is written all over you."
And you can see him, the more and more you mention it, the more and more primal and like aggressive he's becoming. Like he's been trying to either hide it or find out about it, but because he's been so confused, you don't know, like he doesn't know what to take in from all this. Last time. And he just pictures I imagine there's that flash of that cave or that, like this ruin that we talked about where it's covered in like char marks and and scrapes. What? Where do you know that name from?
You are of Clan Rixius. It is your heritage. Boy, he borrows your favorite word. Tell me, are the rumors true?
You'll have to forgive me if I don't remember what the hell happened. But if you got questions about that name, you're gonna have to help me figure it out.
Weaver sort of leans forward. And the thing you've noticed, and for those who would obviously, you guys that have been with Taxes for a while, you are obviously very familiar with his primal nature. The fact that he has to hold back the beast. Weaver, on the other hand, not so much. More refined, more poised. But that changes. And as the fire flickers in front of your eyes, Taxes, Weaver is just glaring at you, his back almost arched, as if similarly holding back the beast. And he says, "Forgive you. I have very little choice, Taxes." And he stops, and that sort of changes, and he drops his shoulders, and he says, "You know, Taxes, Taxes, you do know, I thought I was the last. I knew I was the last, and here you are. And you're from Clan Rixius."
Forgive me if I borrow our new friend's phrase, but what did you say? Bottom of the barrel? Yeah. If I'm the last person to survive, and it's between you and me, forgive me if I think I might be the one that sticks it out.
Weave sort of looks back and forth, and he says, "The fate of your clan. It is something I've tried to avoid."
Wait, fate of my clan. And that at that point, he actually does kind of get aggressive, and he does kind of stand up at full height, and he just walks directly in front of Weaver. What do you know about my clan? If you have any information on that, you tell me now, or I go no further.
He just looks at you, he doesn't even flinch, and he just says, Are you sure? Some things cannot be unsaid.
You listen. The last thing I remember is I was up in those mountains and I saw. And it's almost like it's difficult and it's hard for him to picture it again. The flame marks, the scar marks, and that statue. The image of a dragon staring back at him. A silver dragon. And listen, I've done a lot of things to a lot of people, trying to survive, stay alive, whatever. But I want to know about my family. I've been running from this, but I have no idea what's up here. So you tell me now what the hell I'm dealing with.
I do not know for sure, but I do know that Clan Rixius were notorious for the infighting that occurred, the infighting when the Purge was at its height, when our kind were being plucked from existence by the forces that rule these 9 kingdoms. I had almost forgotten the petty feuds between our kin, but it seems that their fires are still being stoked, and he looks down, noting that you're still sort of like trying to intimidate him. It is what led to our destruction in part, Taxes. Remember that. As for your clan, I know they disappeared. I know they disappeared into the mountains, south from here. But I do not think you are ready to know anything more, for what I have to say may unmake you. So, we go to the Methanium, we see if we survive, and then I will tell you everything that I know.
And with that, the burly, like his whole body just quakes with anger, frustration, fear. There's like a sense of fear in his eyes as he's looking at you because he doesn't know what the heck's going on. He hasn't heard that name in the longest time, and it's somewhere residing in the back of his long-term memory, and it just comes right here. And he just snarls at you like and spits the largest fireball loogie that he can into this fire, and just a purge of flame comes up. Soon, you tell me what I need to know. I'll make it out alive just to hear it. You got a story to tell, boy.
And as that fire sort of blossoms into the night, and the rest of the party are trying their best to sleep, we just see Card staring into those flames. The next couple of days are basically the same. You journey onwards and onwards, and as you continue, the weather closes in. Snow. Yes, snow, Marius. Delighted to see those white crystals falling from the sky. You're halfway through your 4th day of journeying. You are noticing that as you are moving through these plains, they are now starting to slowly begin to be dotted with these charred black trees that arc into the sky, reaching forth with spindly fingers of branches. As you pass by, you see a pack of wolves hunched over a kill, a small kill. One of them raises its head, its snout hazed with red, saliva dripping from its mouth, and watches as you go by. Weaver rolls his shoulders and he looks towards a collection of mottes and hills in the distance. And he says, "We are close." And as you crest these hills, you look down into a valley that could not be seen from any other location. It dips down far, far down, steep slopes crested with rock and ice. Those same gnarled trees dotted into the sides of it. And you see an almost crystal-looking lake far beneath you. And on an island in the middle of it are the ruins of what used to be a grand building, dotted with arches and pillars. This thing would have been huge. But most of the structure is utterly destroyed. Laying in waste, you see pillars sticking out at odd angles, having been blasted into the lake. And you move closer and closer. As you're going down these incredibly steep sides of this valley, is there anything that you wish to do or say or prepare before you arrive at the ruins of the Nathanium?
Card, during kind of the trek down, finds a moment where he's next to Azarax, and he says, "A few days ago, that was a nice, neat trick you pulled. You tell me you can tell someone's lying?"
Why do you want to find out? What are you thinking, Card?
I ain't never seen a kind like you. That's what he says, as if he's saying it to see if you can tell if he's lying or not.
You will see the visor of Veritor slip down from his eyes. And all of a sudden, you see an energy like a ripple of blue shoot from the sides, almost imperceptibly, as for a moment, a third glowing mass appears in his forehead, and from Azarax's perspective, his very mind reaches out as I cast Detect Thoughts on you.
Boom, 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 boom. You hear his heartbeat as if his thoughts could possibly be translated into words, it would be a smirk, and you would see the face of a dark elf woman inside a shallow cave, struggling to survive. And she looks up in fear at we'll say a squad of people. One of them is Card. And so you know that he was lying. But he says to you, "I can vouch for the storyteller up there. He's telling you the truth. But you are using the..." And he kind of motions towards your face. "At the wrong time. You see, you should have been looking at him when he was saying he was going to get your friend back."
He let you down, huh? Break your heart? I do not know this man that well, but I believe his intentions are true. And yes, perhaps he's stringing us along, but as far as I can tell, we're his only hope. I mean, other than you, and no offense, I think that his odds are a little bit better with us on board. So,
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Honesty's a fickle little thing, in that most dishonest people don't know they're being dishonest until the very last second.
Azarax's mind probes deeper to push further beyond the superfluous nature of our self-thought, deeper into Card's mind. This man is an enigma, and he's creepy as hell. So Azarax will use his action to attempt to probe deeper, and you may make a wisdom saving throw.
And that is you will make that, or I will?
You will, if you would, and that
Sure.
the DC is going to be 14.
How about I can just let you here. I rolled the 4. Perfect. I failed it.
Okay, so let's see. This is the first time I ever cast a spell, so here we go. If it fails, you gain insight to its reasoning, emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. So I'll just say whatever you think would be going on with Card right now.
So what were those 3 things? That reasoning?
Let's see. Reasoning, emotional state, and something that looms large in your mind.
You almost see a man. He looks very similar to Card, but he's clean shaven. Kneeling before a masked figure, a mask of black and white, an eye of gold. You see this man stand up to face Equinox. You see him lash out at Equinox. And you see a chip fly off of Equinox's mask and land hypothetically right on Card's shoulder. When in reality, Card, a small boy, you see all this through a thicket of dead branches, reaches out and grasps the obsidian. Maybe naturally looking down to Card's hand, you see that he's using it currently almost like a worry stone. And you feel something that's almost unrelated as you realize the past of this man. You feel shame. And you see him gazing upon Weaver out in front. You feel like maybe at some point they had something. And your question, maybe, did Weaver let him down? Did Weaver break his heart? Well, at this point, it's obvious. Card's just not sure anymore who let who down. As he keeps walking.
I keep feeling like I'm giving too much inspiration out, but I can't help it.
You gotta give it for that one, man. That's
You gotta have it, man. You gotta have it.
You gotta give it.
Amazing.
And I think that if I may, I think that at the end of this, Azarax just, after this huge vision, just comes back into himself, and I think he would walk up to Card, and he would say, he would sort of look at you with this quizzical look, his visor still down, and there's something in his drow features that's almost like, could it be compassion? No, there's no way that a dark elf can feel compassion, but there's something there as he looks at you. And he says, I think we should focus on our common enemy. And he'll nod his head and he'll say, I will continue to try to tell if people are lying.
He says, "Oh, that'd be appreciated. I ain't so good at it."
It is at this point that all of you have managed to struggle down this valley. Sometimes just allowing your weight to you just quickly run down the very steep parts of it and then quickly clutch onto a tree to then shift your weight again to then keep going down. See Weaver in particular, his old joints sort of struggling, but with grunts, he makes it down all the same. And you're passing through these remnants of trees. And you find yourself crossing over a bridge of rubble and broken stone, what looks to be like blackened marble and glass, it crunching beneath every step. And soon, you are all standing in front of an archway that opens into the center of these ruins. And you see colossal stone bookshelves shattered against walls. You can see this place is half waterlogged, where the water level has risen. It's now basically up to halfway up your shins. And as you step in, I would like you all to make a perception check, please. Okay. Card. You're sort of looking around, and you've seen this place before. You know these lands like the back of your hand. You have roamed, you have wandered for many a month in the wilderness. And you've not been this close in some time. If anything, it's somewhere that you would often like to avoid. And you being here, now stepping into this ruin, nothing more than an epitaph of an order that existed now long ago. You look at the cracked walls and the broken bookshelves, and you spot this black ichor that slowly starts to leak out of one of the walls. You are alarmed for a moment, thinking it's almost moving with a mind of its own as it makes a shape. Writing on the wall. This isn't ichor. This is ink. And it says, "Welcome." And as it completes the word on the wall, a voice echoes around these halls. "It is so good you could join me. It has been a long time. I have seen you wander past these halls many times, Card. Do you not recognize my voice? Do you not recognize my words?"
Card reaches deep to see if he does recognize in some sort of faraway memory, this voice, and it manifests in him looking to Weaver, and he says, "Friends of yours?"
Weaver is horrified. He looks to you and then looks to the writing, and the writing is beginning to form all across these walls. Different bits of sentences, fragments of legends that are now pouring out of the walls. The Silver Queen's tears, Damodran, the Lord's blade, Anoia, and the Flail of Dread, Valdane, the Lightning Child. All of these different fragments of stories leaking from the walls, and the voice says, "Oh, it truly has been too long then. I amuse. I was your father's grimoire." And that is where we're going to take a short break. So, guys,
Wow.
I would like you to get a drink, have a nice bite to eat, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Sounds awesome.
Perfect.
I'm gonna have to
And for those,
take longer than 5 minutes to get through this. Holy crap, dude, this is so good.
This is really awesome. This is really, really fun. This is really cool.
Cool, man. Thank you. And for those watching, thank you ever so much. Really great. I'll be checking into the chat for a little bit, but just going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back shortly. Thank you for being with us on this wonderful evening. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something I said. I don't know why, but that is stuck in my head. And no one else is here, so that's embarrassing. Oh well, never mind. To the chat. Of course, those watching are here. How's it going? Let's have a wee look. Let's have a wee shifty into the chat. Oh my goodness me. We got some beautiful people here tonight. I hope everyone's enjoying the game. How great are my players? I mean, come on. Got me some Coca-Cola. Better finish my coffee first, then. Oh. I've seen that Kiara Adam, I think I'm saying that right. Anyway, there's a single distant applause from the audience of Rob singing. Do you know what I like to imagine? And like more than one person has done this, but like on some of my content on my YouTube, he's just said it. He's just made to the chat, but they simply just post the link of Shia LaBeouf clapping at the end of the Shia LaBeouf song. People should check that out. Such a great song. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. I see Fangirl has said, but it's 2 hours into it. Agony, gotta watch tomorrow. This sucks shit, damn it. Oh, well, you know, it's always good to have. Oh, it's Yvette. Hey, Yvette, how's it going? Good to see you again. Well, look, at least it'll be something for you to look forward to. You'll be able to. You'll know that there's, you know, something to watch on your watch later list or whatever. Kiel says he's gonna thought about grabbing the link. I'll post it in the comments for the enjoyment of the world. Everyone loves Shia LaBeouf. Well, obviously not everyone loves Shia LaBeouf, but I happen to really like Shia LaBeouf. I think he's great. He is like the epitome of the crazy avant-garde Hollywood star. He's nuts. Yeah. So what are we thinking? People in the chat. The Lorekeepers. It's the story's out there. That's what they are. Barker's back. Hey, man.
Barker is back. Hey, man.
I did a bit of a sing-song, and no one was here, so it didn't matter. But yeah, man. Do you get anything nice? Do you have anything nice to drink?
You know, okay. So earlier, my wife brought me a bowl of chicken enchiladas.
Oh.
And some tortillas for me to eat like a burrito, and it was absolutely amazing. And so this time, I just got myself a mug of coffee.
Excellent.
That we painted in Poulsbo, Washington. We paint mugs every time we go. And
oh, that looks awesome, man. That's really cool.
I hate it because I don't know if you've ever touched like dry ceramic.
God, yeah.
It's awful. It's like nails on a chalkboard, but it's cool to have a mug that you painted.
I don't know why, but I get that nails on the chalkboard feeling from certain lids of Tupperware. Don't know why.
Really?
It's really weird.
Interesting.
Really weird. I just can't. I'm like, can't touch it. It's like, I don't know. It's weird.
There's in my refrigerator. There's one drawer that is like the worst nails on a chalkboard that you will ever hear, and it's the one I keep the vegan cheese in. So I keep going back. Like anytime I open it, it's just like like a fucking pterodactyl scream.
You suffer for the cheese.
You got to do it, man. You got to do it. That's it.
Dude, vegan cheese.
Soda Stream.
Good.
And then I got these fucking cerise, this fucking Secrets of the Valley.
Ooh.
My girlfriend found on fucking Amazon. These things are like $4 in the store. She found them. It's like 33 cents a thing or something on Amazon. She ordered cases of them. It's amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Cool,
what are those
man.
called? What are they?
It's like a juice. It's like a fancy gourmet box of juice. This one's called Secrets of the Valley. No, sounds pretty good. It's just apple.
It sounds like it's made by elves, man.
It is.
It does.
It is made by elves.
They serve it in Rivendell in glass chalices.
Secrets of the Valley.
Nectar style. We got what else we got? We got pear. We got mango and we got passion fruit. It's so good. Oh
passion
fruit.
fruit.
It's so cheap. Yeah. Really good.
Amazing. So, we're all back. Are we ready to continue?
Before we begin, may I just
Sure.
I was gonna do that intermission like advertisement, and I couldn't decide whether or not I wanted to do like the Lorekeeper Lucky Charms that we had talked about.
Oh dear.
Or if I wanted to do, kids, are you enjoying Lorekeepers? Do you like the idea of battling the Advent and or Equinox coming this summer? Advent action figures, battle with the Lorekeepers, and all of the lovely things. And I was just going to do that just for fun.
I would buy
If
an
you've been
Amazing.
injured in a motorcycle accident, dial 1-800-LOREK other numbers. That's too many letters.
Well, you missold PPI in the Lorekeepers campaign. Well, you could you could call it back in an instant. Just call this number. Terms and conditions apply. So, after our little ad break there, thank you, Chad. That was
You're
excellent.
welcome, buddy. You're welcome.
That was really cool. Are we ready to return? Let's do it.
Yes.
The silence is deafening as the words of Muse echo throughout the remains of the Methanium. If a green dragonborn that is Weaver could go pale, he does. He sort of whirls around and looks Card like right in the eyes. And he says, I didn't know. I didn't know he was brought here.
I think that this picture that I have here on the overlay of Card, this is the scene where that picture was taken. That's the face that he has. It's like this puzzled, kind of looking upward at all the writing appearing on the wall, and the words from Weaver pass through his mind. He knows that he's telling the truth because this isn't Weaver's style. This is not Weaver wouldn't ensnare Card in some sort of situation, as far as Card would know. But anyone else would realize, probably based on Card's face and Weaver's face, that yes, Card's father was a Lorekeeper, and you know what Card would say after a long moment, and his face just kind of drops. He'd regain himself, and then he would say, well, prove it to me. And he would say specifically, he would actually ask where the Hydra resided, where the Hydra lived. You know, prove it.
Oh, Card. I could prove it in many ways. You, of course, are referring to the Hydra of the Starving Pit, one of your favorites. It was one of mine, too. Yes. It was one of your father's favorites, too. One of his favorites indeed. I was there, at his side, watching as he fought that fell beast. Such a shame. Such a it's such a shame. It's such a shame that he felt it necessary to abandon that tale. Abandon all the tales. But no matter. Now they're here for all to see, all to see, all to see, all to see. His voice echoes around this hall, and you're just seeing more of this ink just pouring out of the walls. Grim speaks up for the first time. Who has Grim?
Azrax.
I believe Azrax now has Grim.
I thought it was Azrax too. Azrax, that familiar golden glinting sort of forms around him, and I'm guessing are you going to pull him out?
Yeah, I imagine Azrax probably has a satchel where he can pretty easily pull a book out of, so he will do so. I imagine he pulls it out, and the pages, with the wind that's whipped up, blow open, and he holds the book out. What the hell is going on? Looking around like a scared.
As you'll say, what the hell has gone? The pages are flipping, and it goes to a blank one, and you see ink forming in Grim. It's coming forth out of the page itself. Chapter 4, the telling, and the writing begins to sort of fill in the pages. You're meeting with Weaver, Card's appearance. The confrontation with taxes by the fireside, all of it is starting to bleed up through his pages as Grim says, he's right. He is a grimoire, but he's different. I sense it. And Weaver finishes and he says, his consciousness. All the grimoires were destroyed, but his consciousness has been locked within these walls as more of this ink is pouring out from the cracks in the walls. And Muse's voice echoes across you once again and goes, "Oh, yes." That's right. Yes, I am somewhat trapped. It's really quite remarkable. I've been here for some time, and I've often wondered what it'd be like when people would return to these halls. Why are you here?
I think it's at this stage that Marius kicks into we're in trouble mode, and you would just see him like reach for the hammer at his side, and just like walk slowly but purposely kind of in front of the rest of the people. That's just like his natural reflex. He just stands in front. He doesn't do anything dramatic, but he just like, you can tell by like a sort of shaking of the shoulders and stuff, and a sort of movement that he is on high alert. And he whispers to himself, "In darkness show me light, in light darkness." And he casts Detect Evil, which hopefully reveals something.
Like a wave made of ink almost, you sense a darkness. The darkness of a grimoire whose consciousness has leaked into the walls, that has become part of this place. You sense that this is a being that is furious to have been abandoned in the Methanium and left to be destroyed by the Lorekeepers. And his voice echoes once again, and he says, "Card, you would understand. You would understand exactly what it would be like to be abandoned by a Lorekeeper, would you not? Would you not? Whatever you are here for, whatever you have come here to do, I am not going to allow it. Not at least without telling you a tale or two myself." Weaver steps forward and he says, "Muse, whatever happened, whatever was done to you, it was Advent, it was Equinox, it wasn't us. We did not want this. You may not have wanted this at all, Weaver. But your tales are not going to trick me any further. Not again. Not this time." Weaver rolls his shoulders, resolute, and he looks to you and he says, "Whatever happens, just be on your guard. I'm going to need Grim. If we have any hope of drawing Raylan and the Methanium back, we're going to have to act quickly. Please." And he reaches for Grim, Azarax.
Yeah, Azarax will hand him right over.
Marius turns and shoots you a look of like, "What the fuck are you doing? No fucking way you're giving this guy the book." Just for a second.
Weaver basically reads that look on you and he says, "I've told you, I know you don't have to trust me. But please just trust in yourselves. You want your friend back, this is the only way."
Azarax has pulled it back, seeing that death stare from Marius. Marius is a man that he respects, especially in the heat of battle. Azarax does not have that combat experience. His mind is accept right what he needs to do. He falters. He looks to you, Marius. His mouth agape.
This Weaver has led us here into this hellscape. Some enormous evil dwells within. He has led us here, and now he's going to take Grim, which is supposedly our only hope.
Grim speaks up. And he says, Marius, don't think I haven't noticed. You don't like me. I understand that. But if you're not going to trust Weaver, please trust me. I tried to help Raylan. I did. I tried everything that I could to keep him safe. All of the power that was generated through the battle on the Cloud March, Riverbreak Keep, what happened in the refinery, all of it allowed me to help him. Now let me help you.
I think you would see Marius like grit his teeth, and he would like shake his head, and just like say to Azrax, "Do what you think is right."
What are you going to do, Weaver? What?
I'm going to open the telling. I'm going to draw the Methanium and hopefully Raylan back.
He hands the book over.
Raylan takes Grim in his hand, and it's like an old friend embracing another. And he just runs his hand down the spine and opens Grim. And he says, old friend, it's been too long. I promise I'm not going to fail you again. And for Stafflin and all of the Lorekeepers, long dead, I salute them at this hour. And as he lifts Grim high into the air, there is a wipeout of yellow energy that pours from both Weaver and Grim. There is a connection there. The might, the full power of a practiced, trained Lorekeeper reunited with his grimoire. This light surges through the ruins of the Methanium, and there is a rumble. The floor begins to shake, and this light beams up into the air high above these ruins. The ceiling blasted away. You can just see the cold sky above you, and a tear rips in it. A yellow tear that spreads and divides the very firmament above you. And you see debris, trees, strange pieces of buildings hovering in this vast yellow landscape that is opened above you, a portal to another dimension. And above all of those things, you can see a building hovering on this shard of black rock in the telling that you recognize. An almost perfect copy of the ruins that you are now standing in, but fully intact in all of its glory. You see white marble. You see silver fountains at its head, and you see within its windows bookcase upon bookcase upon bookcase of tomes. And this huge island of rock that this building is on is slowly beginning to descend. Muse screeches, I will not allow this redemption. I will not allow you to do this. Weaver, your treachery is without end, and God, Card, my boy. Think of all those stories that you used to hear that were inscribed into my very pages. You ask me to prove that I know the tales that you were told, and I shall do so. Behold, Lorekeepers, the Hydra of the starving pit. And as he screams this last word, 5 draconic heads on serpentine necks explode out of this rip in reality. A vast, devastatingly powerful Hydra is now leering down upon you all. And it lunges. Gentlemen, roll initiative.
I'm just saying, no one's going to believe me when I say that I didn't see this coming. Not at all.
I did.
Like, damn.
Oh, gosh. Great.
I hope people could see my face at home because it went from like, oh man, I'm so happy to be back in the game, so good, and then, nope.
You might take that candy right away from you, Chad.
Exactly.
Oh man, a solid 5 initiative. Oh, I guess I can't complain. Jesus.
I got a 1 on the die, man. My last game with Marquise, I almost said Marius, with Marquise. He ran a great Simbaroom game. I rolled so good, and tonight I'm rolling so bad.
Is that because you have to roll ones in?
It's because you have to roll low, evidently. Yeah.
Perfect. The Hydra screams with a ferocious energy, and its 5 heads just launch down at you. One of them stops just short of Taxes, and you can hear and then it just goes boom, and 5 of these heads just go boom, bam, bam, and just attack all of you. So, help if I have my dice out. The rest of them, I mean.
Uh-oh.
Why you do that? Not like this.
If you guys could all put your ACs into the chat as well, that'd be really handy. The first one is going for Taxes, as I said. Taxes, I would like you to describe how you just managed to duck beneath the vicious jaws of the Hydra.
So let me regain myself after just crapping my pants for a minute. You see he's gone into feral prowl mode again, and it's like he digs his haunches into this into the ground of this rune, and I imagine it's probably like these these cobblestones, probably, or is it dirt? Rob?
So at your feet, you're actually sort of like shin deep in water.
Oh, okay, cool. So I imagine his feet scrape probably the cobblestones of this old ruin underneath as he's getting his footing, and you see him just barrel roll out from underneath the head that goes to try to snap for him, and just underneath, he goes underneath the water for a minute, just, and then comes out the other side, a hulking, just ready to go, tail flicking out of the water, almost like a crocodile just waiting to pounce on the neck of this creature.
Amazing. Another head just darts down out of nowhere, heading straight towards Azarax. And its jaws just clip you and send you spiraling as it does. 7 points of damage, just
Robbie.
catching you right on the shoulder.
As the jaws come down, there is the faintest arcane whisper, and the jaws snap on Azarax's form as if it's going to bite his entire head off, and the air where he was ripples as he appears just an inch off to the side as I cast shield to give myself 5 extra points of AC. So if 18 would avoid it.
That's amazing. Point of inspiration as the jaws just snap closed on where the Hydra thought you were, sorry. Amazing. The next one sails down at Marius. Is your shield up, Marius?
It certainly is, my friend.
Tell me how you defend against the jaws of the Hydra.
With my shield. No, it comes down towards me. And Marius has had his hammer out and he's got his shield. He was on high alert already. And as this kind of head comes snapping down towards him, right for him, he takes the shield at an angle, and the Hydra smashes against the shield. And he gets down onto his knees and is pushed, sliding through the water from the force. But he holds the shield up with both hands, avoiding the bite barely.
Amazing. And then another sails down, this time at Card. Card, tell me how you defend against the Hydra.
Oh, wonderful. Actually, I would like, could you do me a favor and tell me what I remember of the story that my father used to tell me how he might have defended against the Hydra? Because I would do exactly that.
Perfect. So you remember that your father had faced the Hydra, but he had the good fortune of facing the Hydra after it had fought a good many other adventurers beforehand, and the stories had spread. And it is obviously well known that if a Hydra's head is severed, then 2 more rise up to take its place. So you remember your father having to be incredibly clever with the terrain to harm the Hydra in ways that would not sever the head, and to make sure that if a head was to be destroyed, that it was done in such a way that it could make sure it could never come back. And you see a flash. Your father, the Lorekeeper, drenching his famed greatsword, the great sword that now rests in your hands, drenching it in oil, setting it ablaze, and standing with it raised as 5 heads just converged on him, and he takes a swing, and you're back in the room.
And you'll see the Hydra's head slam through a stone bookcase that Card has just kind of spun behind in an attempt to daze it with as if it's being kind of clubbed over the head by itself. And he immediately begins to look around for some sort of lantern oil or a storage area that might still be intact in such a ruin, but he doesn't have much hope that he'll find it.
Excellent. So as you are darting away, the Hydra does have 1 more attack, and it spots this beaming yellow energy coming from this book that Weaver is clutching, and the Hydra arcs towards Weaver. It spins almost, its vicious serpentine head just snapping down at the old Dragonborn, who is just slammed back, still managing to clutch Grim. The Hydra isn't able to bite him, but he takes an amount of bludgeoning damage as he is knocked back into the water, still managing to hold Grim. Ooh, takes a fair bit of damage. but he sort of shakes it off and sort of is staring up at this beast as its heads arc up, sort of rising up for another strike. It is now Weaver's turn, and he lifts, and he gets back up to his feet, and he lifts Grim up, and he mutters some words under his breath, and there is another pulse of yellow energy. And you see that the debris, the rocks, all these strange different elements that are just floating in this nether space that is the telling above you. You see a vast rock slowly fall from the clutches of this tear in reality, and it just plunges down at the Hydra. This massive bit of debris, and the Hydra is going to attempt a dexterity saving throw, which he fails. This massive shard of rock just pummels into the top of the Hydra, and it goes as it convulses from the pain. And as this debris explodes into the water at the Hydra's feet, having bounced off it, Taxes, Norixius, it is your turn.
He comes up out of the water and he begins just going into hunt mode. You just see him scanning the room, scanning the creature, and he's never faced a Hydra. Like, he's had a lot of different creatures, but he's never faced a Hydra before in his life. So he starts to look around the room. And Rob, when that piece of debris began to fall, where did it land? If I can ask that before I take my move.
Certainly. So as it fell from the rip in reality, it slams onto what would be the Hydra's left shoulder, broke into two large pieces, and falls directly in front of it to its left.
Okay, now are they like jutting, standing up?
Jutting out of the water, yeah.
Jutting out of the water, standing up. Awesome.
Yep.
So what I would like to do then is I'm going to take my move action, and I know because of being a hunter that the best possible opportunity you can get is to be above ground. Higher ground gets you the better vantage points. So I am going to work my way towards climbing this spire of rock. And what I want to do, if I get to the top, is I'm going to cauterize some wounds on this bad boy. Like, I'm going to just hunt and burn this thing as much as I can.
The movement it would take for you to get to the top would expend your full thing, I'm afraid. So, but you will totally be able to do that next time. You do have a bonus action though that you can use.
Yes. So what I would like to do then, so if I move all the way up there and get to the top, that's going to be my whole move, right? Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to take. Can I take a bonus action to cast a spell then?
Yes, you certainly can.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Hunter's Mark so that the next time I take a melee attack towards this thing, I'm going to add an extra d6 to my attack. So
that's perfect. And the reason it takes you a while because this shard that just broke in half was a really, really massive boulder, essentially. So it's about 10 feet tall, so you're having to climb up this thing as well. But you get to the top, and Hunter's Mark occurs, and you just see all the crucial elements of this Hydra. You see that it has this metabolism that is pulsing, and this hunger, this eternal hunger that can never be quenched.
Right. I imagine it's something like seeing an X-ray and seeing all of the internal organs, and just you just see all the necks just writhing as I'm aiming for the right spot when I go to make my attack.
Perfect. And as Taxis the Dragonborn has scaled this debris, preparing his assault, Marius Hexenheim, it is your turn.
So Marius steps up out of the water, a splash of water as he lifts his shield to the side, and he throws his shield wide and his hammer wide, and he looks up at this thing, and he shouts at it, "Creature! Fell beast of legend, I am a keeper of lore. I am a hunter of witches. I am your doom made manifest. Look upon me and know terror. And I'm going to cast what's it called? Compelled Duel on it. So it has to make a wisdom saving throw, and a failed save. It has disadvantage on attacks that are against someone who's not me.
That's incredible. And the point of inspiration for that incredible mantra that you just scream at this Hydra as it leers. All 5 heads just sort of turn to you. Those horrifying yellow eyes boring into yours. And he's got to make a wisdom save. What's the DC, sorry?
14.
He succumbs to your suggestive power.
Excellent. So that is my bonus action to cast that spell. So
It
I
is.
scream out this challenge to the thing, and then I bring my shield in front of me, I smash my hammer against it, and I run forward, and I'm going to try and take a swing with my hammer at it.
You certainly can. Off you go.
Oh, yes, it's an 18 on the die.
Connects.
Excellent. So it will be... I will use a smite.
Okay.
So let's do the damage first. Oh, piss poor. That will be 11 bludgeoning damage. As I rush forward and I smash the hammer against the shield, as I pull the hammer away, you can see that there is a light glowing around the tip of this hammer, bright against the inky blackness of this thing. And I reach forward and I swing, hopefully knocking a chunk out of it. And I stand awaiting the inevitable lashing back.
Your hammer, wreathed in light, smashes into this Hydra's jaw as it makes a superficial attempt to sort of get near you with one of its heads. Just bam! And just sort of, you feel its jaw break beneath your hammer. And it just is like that. And then it goes... Card, it is your turn.
That was awesome, by the way. Little Benedict Cumberbatch in that little impression. That was good. Scary. Card will maneuver around the same stone bookcase that the Hydra just slammed its head through, shattering pieces of stone everywhere. Card maneuvers around swiftly and removes his cloak, revealing 2 hand axes. And he hears the voice inside of his head. Now you see, the fight didn't start off so easy. It took a while before we figured out how to slay this thing. Until then, we just kind of had to distract it. Card will pull out his hand axe, and he will, out of his belt, and he will throw it at the head of this creature.
Incredible.
That would be a total of 18 as the hand axe flies at the neck, I'll say, of the Hydra, because its head is probably still through the bookcase. And I'm on the other side of the bookcase now.
Yeah, so this is the head that went after you. That's fine. And the hand axe connects with a grisly squelch.
Well, with my action surge, Card has always been experienced in planning ahead and doing things in one fluid motion. I will run toward the neck of the Hydra, pull out the other hand axe, and try to grab on to the neck in a way that's kind of, I mean, if you allow it, it doesn't have to be hurting the Hydra, but I'd like to attempt to cling to it using the blade of the hand axe as some sort of grappling hook, if I can.
Yes, you totally can. In fact, yes, you totally can. That's fine.
And then the last thing he hears is, you see, the trick to fighting this thing was to kind of be an idiot.
Amazing. Were you doing another attack as well? Because doesn't that give you the ability to make another attack too?
It gives me another action. Oh yeah, then yes, the second attack will be the hand axe as a grappling hook. We'll just do that.
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Wow. Okay. All right. I'm doing well today on my D&D Next dice. That was an 18. So that'll be a 21. Actually, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
goodness.
24. Because
Yes. Yes, easy.
All right. And then, excuse me while I roll my whopping 2 damage, because that's a 1 plus 1. GG. 2 points. So I am really just using it as a grappling hook, a way to kind
definitely.
of strap myself to this thing.
Yeah, so you just throw one, and then you rush in, slam the other hand axe into its neck, and then grab on for dear life to the axe already embedded in its scales, and it gives a foul shriek, writhing under your arms. Azarax.
As the chaos of battle descends, this huge maw comes down, almost biting Azarax in half. And afterwards, almost immediately, I imagine this huge stone comes down and splashes onto the thing, knocking Azarax back into Weaver himself. Weaver holding Grim there. He looks around. Above us is the stuff of stories made reality. He looks at the walls of the ink, the tales moving around. He looks down at Grim and he sees the wind blow the pages open, and distinctly he reads a line from their exploits that says, "But the drow Lorelei was not alone. No, she was surrounded by cronies, by large ogre, half ogre creatures." And as he does so, almost instinctively, his right hand clamps down on the book and his left hand shoots out as the air in front of it becomes scintillating into reality. This half ogre, an effigy of the creatures that we fought before, but 15 feet tall, leaps forward with a great club to strike out at this motherfucker as I cast Silent Image, a first level illusion spell.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Yes. So that's what I'm gonna do with my action, and whether or not, that's it.
Definitely. So we're back to the top of the. Is there anything else you wanted to do, Azarax? By the way,
no, I think that's enough. I think that's good.
you've done enough. So we're back to the top of the round, and the Hydra. 3 of its heads just instantly react to this new threat. This 15-foot tall ogreish creature bearing down on it, and basically all of those three heads just sweep back and then converge in a tidal wave of teeth, and is going to just plow into the image. Does it have to roll to hit, or?
I don't think
it has
so,
disadvantage.
If it's not attacking me, it has disadvantage to attack anything that's not me.
That's true.
I don't think it. I mean, if the minute that it touches it'll know that it's an illusion. So that it's totally up to you. I don't think, as per the spell, I don't think you have to roll to hit.
Oh, it's such a shame as well, because I did roll for that, and at disadvantage thanks to Lloyd's power, and 2 of the heads actually missed. The third and final one, however, clips the silent image, but it did buy 3 of the heads' attention for a round, which is excellent. The other 2, however, arc down at Marius Hexenheim. One is going to do a simple attack, which you just managed to deflect with your shield. Like, you literally bring it up at the last second as its jaws clamp down. But as your shield is lifted, another head just snakes through the water and lifts up as it tries to connect with you, as we are going to roll opposed athletics as it tries to grab you.
Oh, baby. Yes.
Come on!
Okay, that is a 18.
So you basically brace yourself, seeing this thing coming, but the sheer power of this thing overwhelms you. It was a good roll, but my God, this thing is strong. And its jaws clamp around you, and it just hurls you sort of up into the air in its jaws, and it just plows through some debris. And because it's bitten you, technically you take 5 points of damage as its teeth sink in and you just go back through this debris in its mouth. It's Weaver's turn, and he is yelling in a different language almost, it seems. And you can get a good look at Grim, and you can see that as this yellow energy is basically holding the breach in the sky open, you see this strange yellow illusionary text forming around you as this battle rages on, and he's going to drag something else out of the telling. A vast, lightning-struck great oak smashes from the Terra reality and just plunges down towards the Hydra, who succeeds the dexterity, so takes half damage. But this thing, this massive oak, just bounces off the side of it, still damaging it quite significantly, and this thing just smashes into kindling as it connects with this fell beast. It's now Tax's turn, and you, my serpentine friend, are bearing down on this abomination. What do you do?
All right, so I am on top of this spire. I'm looking at the creature, and I realize that I can't attack an individual head all at the same. Like, I can't attack all of them because they'll probably come all at me. So I see the small of its back, the thing that it can't quite reach, right behind the shoulder blades, and that's my target. So I'm going to try to leap out as far as I can and take both of my hand axes and use them as grappling hooks and dig them in to the back just to get a handhold on this creature.
Definitely. So you're just trying to just grab onto this thing?
Yeah, right now I'm going to do it as a grapple, and then I'm going to use my next movement for my attack. So.
By all means. Oh, and I'm ever so sorry. Barker, you can roll this as well. Athletics checks, please, from you both. Oh, Barker, you get yours with advantage because you got that really cool hit with the axe. That's cool.
Thank you, because that was a natural 1. 5.
What was that? Sorry, Barker? Okay. And Chad? Okay. So, just to describe this, we'll continue your turn in a second, Taxes, because you are able to clutch onto this Hydra as it reflexively reels back, and you are drawn up its neck, and you are now hanging off this thing about 30 feet in the air, dangling from this thing. Card, however, not so lucky. As this thing sort of reacts, Card is just flung from just the sheer power of this thing, and just boom, is underwater. And Barker, you get that thing where you make a dive incorrectly into the water, and water just shoots up your nose and into your eyes, and you're completely disorientated and blinded. Taxes, it's the rest of your turn. Do you wish to attack?
Yes. So now that am I on its back, or am I hanging off one of the necks now? So,
you're hanging off one of its necks.
Okay, that's fine. It's going to be difficult and it's going to be weird. But here's what I want to try to do. I'm going to bring my legs up to kind of get more of a steady, stable positioning as I'm holding on to these two blades in its neck, pretty much on the side. I want to say they're on the sides of the neck, right? As I do it, I'm going to look up and you just hear this. And there's this blaze line of flame just shoots up through one of the necks into the sky, just cauterizing I want to say it just cauterizes the flesh, and hopefully, if it's strong enough, rips one of the heads just right off and cauterizes the wound.
Go ahead, man.
So it's I guess, does it automatically hit, or?
I'm going to say it will have to make it save, but at disadvantage because you're just on it.
Okay, so it's a DC 13, I think. Yeah, DC 13
Dex.
Dex save.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I punish you guys when you fail, so I'm going to... No, what?
Yeah, hold up. Wait. Yeah, wait, no, we leveled up, right? So we're level 4. So that would mean 14. DC 14 would be my DC.
No, it's fine, mate, because he critical failed on a disadvantage.
Okay, then it didn't matter.
So I would like you, because that was a critical fail, to do double damage with your breath weapon, which we finally see used as a weapon.
Yes! Okay.
Double damage, mofo.
I am so happy. I'm trying to find my breath weapon. I forgot. The one thing that I forgot to put on this thing, I have breath weapon written down, fire, and how big it is. I don't have the damage written down for the fire weapon. What the heck, man?
So whilst you look that up, we are going to then move to Marius. Chad, check that out, and then we will return to you in a moment. Marius, you have been plucked from the water and then just smashed through this debris. Surprisingly, you feel a bit dazed, but not that badly injured. You still have it biting you, but you're in its clutches. What do you do?
Oh, I'm still grappled by it? So it's grabbed me and slammed me into the ground.
Yeah, but I'm going to say your arms are free, so you'll be able to attack. Okay, it's fine. It's just for flavor.
Perfect. So I've got this hammer, and I'm like in this thing's jaws, and I'm taking a deep from the impact, and I'm just looking at this head, and I'm looking for like an eye or a nostril or something that's soft, that I can put this spike from the hammer into. Do I see this fire?
The fire of taxes?
Yes.
You certainly do. And we will, yeah. You do.
Do I see it being very effective? Does the Hydra make a noise?
Yes. It's such a pain because I was going to go back to that description. I'm guessing the breath weapon is going to be... Right. Chad, you're going to have to trust me. I'm going to roll you your breath weapon for this round. Are you okay with that?
Okay, no, I found it. It's 2d6s, so double
roll
that.
it.
Yeah. Okay.
Roll it, double it.
Okay. Okay. So it's 6 doubled 12.
So, you, Marius, are looking, and this thing is basically just locked around you, and you look up and you see Taxes hanging onto this neck with both of his hand axes, and then you see him sort of brace his legs against this beast's, the front of his neck, and just boom, as this jet of flame just engulfs the top of this Hydra's neck and face, and its head just is exploded off. And you see that the fire is just dancing on the stump of where its head used to be, and burning as if on oil cauterizes this neck, and reeling around this neck just flops. And Taxes, you go to ground with this thing. As Marius, you prepare to strike.
Yes, seeing this this woof of fire, and that this thing seems to be not enjoying it, I'll pull back the hammer, and I will shout, "Fire purges the evil, light banishes the dark." I'll cast Searing Smite. The hammer will burst into flame and hopefully down right into the eye.
Amazing.
Which means it does an extra 1d6. Okay, if I hit. 17 on the die. Man, Dice Stream is
Goodness.
being very kind to me tonight.
The stream smiles upon you.
You don't feel guilty when it's on Dice Stream. Okay, and it will be 11 plus 4 is 15. So it would be 9 normal and 6 fire damage, if that matters. And at the start of each of his turns, it takes fire damage. So it goes on fire.
And I would like you to describe, Lloyd, how you not only deal a significant amount of damage to this thing, how you destroy the head and stop it regenerating thanks to your fire damage.
Okay, excellent. So I'm grappled by this thing. It's got its like jaws around my waist, and I've got my shield in one hand, and I'm just like smacking down on its head, and I'm seeing it's doing nothing. Nothing's really happening, and then I see the fire go off. And Marius is a tactician. He knows to keep an eye on all parts of the battlefield, and he sees that work, and he just thinks, yes, I have this power. And when the hammer goes aflame, he's like looking for an opening, and then he just thinks, obviously, and he just sees this nostril, and he just smashes the hammer into the nostril, and then like shoves it all the way up there. He's like up to his elbow, and the thing just like from the inside begins to burn. This horrible scream as the eyes melt, and he's just like staring right at it as it melts in front of him.
Take a big old point of inspiration. That is so cool. And as this thing's like convulsing with your weapon just searing it apart from the inside out, Card, you are just pulling yourself out of the water, and you see this Hydra locked in combat with the Lorekeepers.
He spent too much time looking around for lantern oil. He never knew. He always knew that he wasn't quite the Lorekeeper his father was. And he always kind of blamed himself that he never became one or never succeeded in completing the trials. But what an idiot to not even realize that the key surrounded him. You see, he's thrown into an old writing desk. Stone, by the look of it, smashes open, and there it is, a massive vial of flammable ink. He grabs the vial, stands up, and like a shot putter, spinning around twice, he chucks it in the direction of the Hydra, specifically the one where taxes would be close to. For taxes, he believes is the key to bringing this thing down. A giant vial of ink is hurled through the air, and I would like to roll with inspiration when I roll it.
You certainly can. It's almost as if something is guiding your strike.
All right. So that would be, I think, would that be dexterity or strength?
It's a thrown weapon, so I'd just say whichever you want, mate, to be honest.
Okay, well then 18 total.
Perfect. And where exactly? Tell me exactly where it hits the Hydra.
It hits the Hydra on the closest neck to Taxis, and it just spills black ink all along kind of the side of and drips down this massive neck. So near the head, maybe a little bit in the eyes, but nothing. Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah, and it can feel it, and it sort of convulses, but it is too busy with the fact that it's just had two of its head just smashed off it like that. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn, Card?
Nope. Actually,
nope.
Nope. Not even a little bit. Nope, I'm good.
Okay. We're back to the illusionist of the Underdark, Azarax. What are you doing?
Looking up into the sky and seeing far up in the telling in this golden glowing sea above us, seeing this place that we're in its once former glory, he sees the huge flying buttresses that must have used to have been up at the top, his eyes look up and he sees that half of one is still there. He looks at the angle, waits for a moment, and reaches out his wand once again, and this viscous shoots out as he casts grease on the seam of where this arch is, and all of a sudden there's a and like a bowling ball dropping into water, all of a sudden this thing just drops directly onto the back of the Hydra. I'm attempting to pin it to the ground as best as I can to try to not necessarily do any damage to it, but I imagine that there's this huge thing trying to pin it down and restrict its movement.
That's awesome. Okay, so I'm going to say he's going to have to make a dexterity saving throw based on your spellcasting DC.
And that is a 14.
That is a 14. Okay, basically this arch swings down and one of the heads turns and spots it and basically just smashes it aside with one of its heads. However, it is going to take a fair bit of damage for that because that's a heavy bit of stone. So, look, Chris, I would like you to roll me 3d6 and tell me what it is.
All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3 points of damage. I swear to God.
So this thing limply disintegrates as the Hydra just bats it away. I'm so sorry, Chris, because that was so cool. I tried to give you damage, but oh dear.
Oh, that's awesome. It's fine.
So it's almost, I can almost imagine like Azrax has this really kind of like cunning smile on his face, like, I've got this. And then the Hydra just goes, bam. And it's just like, oh. Is there anything else you want to do, man?
I think that Azrax would try to get a different position in the room. Seeing this, he would duck behind a desk and use his movement to get around towards the back of this thing. And that's it.
Perfect. Okay. We are back to the top of the round. And the Hydra, enraged at this assault, basically draws its 3 remaining heads back. 2 of them dart forth at Marius Hexenheim. They are compelled to do so, after all. And you just give this scream as, alarmingly fast, this huge creature just bears down on you. Oh, I am so sorry. That is 2 hits and 1's a crit.
It's been a pleasure, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Oh my goodness. Okay, oh my goodness me. So
who's gonna replace me?
Yeah, we get back clicking here or something, or okay. That's not okay. So far. Oh my goodness me. That is 26 points of damage as you are just smashed by these 2 heads, and it's almost like they're playing like tug of war with you for a second. Both of them are just lifting you into the air, snapping at you and basically trying to wrench you apart almost, and you're just rended and you just fall limply into the water. How does that feel, Hexenheim?
Feels great. Delighted. I think there'd be like a bunch of like really unpleasant like crunching or snapping noises, and like grinding of metal and chain and stuff, just and like a couple of and then just splash.
Sorry, it's muted. Does Hexenheim get back up?
He does.
He does. He's still going. Good stuff. 1 remaining head is going to try and get revenge. No, one's going to try and go for taxes. It is a disadvantage, but he did blow off one of his heads, so screw it. Oh! I shit you not. That is 2 criticals. Ah! That was a disadvantage.
I don't know if I'm more excited or more scared because I don't want to know the damage.
God.
But that's hilarious how you reacted. You acted like a 5-year-old child that just got like a Christmas present.
Criticals! Oh my god!
I got Nintendo 64.
It's only 1 attack though, man. But it was just that he was rolling at disadvantage. So
both of them were criticals.
Oh
so
my
it's
god!
Then here,
That's a super crit.
Do me a favor. It's gonna be a super crit. So do me a favor and just describe that in the best of ways for me. I'm not gonna have any say in it. You describe it. Yeah. Whatever happens, happens. I'll take
it. Fucking hell. That's a lot of damage. So, you take... wow. You take 27 points of damage from the 1 hit, which is that more than what Lloyd got in 2? Oh my god. So, this thing basically looms up and it just descends on you, and you're looking up, fire still flickering from your mouth as this thing just bears down on you, and its jaws just clamp over your head and over your shoulders, and it bites down and it heaves you into the air, and it just shakes you like a rag doll and just flings you across the Methanium. You smash through 1, you smash through 2 bookcases, and you hit the wall, and ink is all over you, and you just smash down into the water. How do you like them apples?
Bravo, sir, bravo. You know what? I'm going to take a break real quick, okay? I need a break. I need a short rest.
I'm going to take a second. And with that, it is now Weaver who watches you just fly across the room. A surge of guilt fills Weaver's heart. Thinking about the last conversation you had, thinking about how confrontational he's been with you throughout the time that you've known him. And he gives out a scream, and he's going to do something different. Weaver's concentration breaks. You see the tear in the Methanium shudder. A blast of lightning erupts from the telling. It just arcs down and slams into the Hydra, who fails his dexterity saving throw and takes a significant amount of damage. The lightning just coursing through it. Its flailing necks just go rigid for a second as you see this pure blue energy racket to its core, and the Hydra gives out another screaming howl into the sky. Taxes. You almost black out for a second.
Yes, my friend. How can I help you? As I'm gonna black out.
You are still up, correct?
Yeah, no, I'm probably bleeding from every orifice, but it's like I imagine it's like the situation of like Goku and Frieza, right? Goku gets the crap kicked out of him, and from a crater you just see this like just angry Dragonborn and like just pissed off and ready to just go again.
Amazing. That's so cool. What do you do?
Well, if I can run, barring broken legs or other appendages.
I will say the rage carries you. You're incredibly injured, but like you don't care. You just want to get back in the fight, so you can totally go and attack him.
Drenched in oil, like I feel like I'm just drenched in this at this time, and I'm gonna like I'm reaching for. I drop my hand axes. I reach for my crossbow on my back. I just shake out anything that would be there. I pull in a quiver, and I'm gonna aim like right for an eyeball. just something that I can just skewer through as I'm covered in this thing, and I aim directly at its head, just and gunshot
Amazing.
that crossbow right in the face.
Let's
Okay,
see
so
what
it's
you
gonna
get.
be- I'm gonna have to roll to hit, and then we'll play around with it. But one thing that I will say is, as he's doing that, he's gonna cast a thing called Hail of Thorns. So I imagine
Awesome.
you see the dragonborn silver claw just come across the top of that crossbow, and that's what we're gonna play around with. Uh-oh, wrong one, wrong dice.
Come on!
All right, yeah. Okay, cool, man. So a total of 18 to hit.
That connects.
All right, cool. So where's my
And he's got to make a dex save as well for Hail of Thorns, does he
He
not?
does have to make a dex save, and my DC or my dex save is 14.
He
right now.
fails.
Awesome. Okay. So not only is he going to take where's my other dice? There we go. Not only is he going to take the 6. Okay, cool. Yeah. So he's going to take 14 points of damage as you see just, and what starts out as one crossbow bolt that's now probably drenched in this oil, it flings out, and all of these like spectral crossbow bolts start to spread out like splinters from between them and just slam into the side of its face, into the eyeball, and just probably out the back.
Oh my god, yes. And as these things just rain into it, it just goes and just goes to launch itself at you. But it is not its turn. Marius Hexenheim, risen once again from the water.
So Marius, you would see him like be basically broken entirely and smashed beneath the water, and then there would be like a release of bubbles, and then maybe a couple of seconds later, you would see like a form emerge, no shield and no hammer, and you can see that like his jaw is broken, his nose is like smashed in. It looks like his face is entirely ruined. One of his arms is hanging like limp from a dislocated shoulder, and he just like takes his shaking right hand and puts it in through one of the holes in his chainmail and like presses it against his skin, and you can see all the healing just begin to happen, but nasty. He lays hands upon himself, and his nose just like cracks back into place. His jaw snaps loudly as all of his broken bones begin to set and wounds begin to heal with like a hiss as he uses his action to heal himself. He lets out a scream of agony, sees that he can't find his hammer or his shield, and reaches for the large sword that is strapped to his back.
That's incredible. I like to think because of your battlefield healing, there's just a surge of heat through your body, and it's almost like the water is slightly bubbling, boiling around you as Hexenheim retakes his position in the battle. I love it. Is there anything else you can do at all?
There's nothing else I will do.
Perfect. Okay. And as Hexenheim rises to his feet, Card, what is it you do?
How many Hydra heads are there left? And is there one near me?
There are 3 remaining, and yes, one is very near you.
Great. It's the stories we tell each other that make us better. He sees Marius get obliterated by this Hydra head. That help us understand why we need to spend time wishing for a hero to ride in and save us from all our woes. And there goes taxes through the bookcases. Rather, that we can live our lives knowing that it is us that make the difference. You see the placid, gray greatsword drawn from its sheath, a scabbard coated in furs. It is us that choose our destiny. And as he finishes drawing the sword, you see the bit of flint at the end of the scabbard that serves as his flint and steel spark. Son, we forge the path we walk. Card begins running step by step through the water towards this monstrosity. One day, you'll understand this as his sword becomes coated in flame. He will attempt to strike at the neck of this beast, or at the head of this beast, in a way that would pierce it, possibly, or not with, or either, no. Cauterize in a way, if he can, the wound as he strikes. But he will strike down at the Hydra. And I'm definitely going to use my point of inspiration.
Incredible.
Beat all of them. Now I have 0.
No, you
That
don't.
was a 19.
That connects, and no, you don't. You get another point of inspiration for that. Amazing.
Thanks.
I know I'm handing them out left and right, but you guys are killing it, so you deserve it. And that's what it's there for. So you connect, do your damage.
Awesome. That is 11 points of damage.
Roll a d6 for the fire.
Oh, great. That is a 3, so 14.
So 14 in total. Oh my goodness. Your blade finds its mark and it passes through the Hydra's head. And what happens is that it cuts straight through the neck, bar a small strand of sinew. And it's hanging there. This creature's eyes wide as its neck bursts into flame. And your mind goes back. You remember the tales of the Hydra, and you understand that the thing that drives this creature is that constant hunger. And it swings its broken head hanging off its neck, and the head snaps off that last tendon, goes up into the air, and one of the last 2 Hydra's mouths just close around it and just rips a chunk out of it as it eats itself for a bit. And shakes it, throws it down, and goes, and it lunges, but it is now Locrius' turn.
As this chaos is going on around us, Azarax is somewhere else in his mind. He's in the back of a tavern in Freedom's Salvation. It's just him and Raylan. He's holding out a bow, old and disused. And Raylan's like, well, yeah, I mean, I could take a look at it if you want. I don't know if it's going to do you much good in battle, but he takes it and restrings it for him, tools it up, and a few moments later hands it back to Azarax. We flash to the present moments and we see the eye, one of the eyes of the Hydra through the visor of Veritor. We see the bow pulled back, and for the first time, Azarax lets an arrow fly. So that is a 15 to hit.
Your shot just connects. Tell me about it.
I imagine that sort of the arcane targeting system of this visor of Veritor. I imagine that Azarax is about to let go, and something in him, he sees these sigils just swirl around this creature's eye for a second, and he lets it go. We follow the arrow, the fletching through the drops of water, splashing through piece of ink, some of the writing is exploded off to the side as the thing turns just at the last moment to see it pierce through its eye. If I may do sneak attack damage, because one of my companions is next to him.
You certainly
I
can.
will do 7 points of damage.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And this thing just hits him with an impact that is just unbelievable. And one of the two remaining heads just arcs back in pain and goes, and it just hurls its full weight. Marius, is the thing still active? It is still active, isn't it? You're compelled to duel?
Yes, I didn't go unconscious.
It would be, yeah. You didn't go out, did you? So one of them is going to go for Azarax. Connects. Your strike hits, and it's almost like it's a reflex attack. It's just like bam, and he's like there, just right up in your grill, and the force of this creature just slams into you for. That is 14 points of damage, piercing.
Yeah, I imagine that this hits Azarax is knocked back like a rag doll. I imagine he's not. He's. What I imagine is there's a sort of one of those desks with the big hutch behind it. This thing that is moldering and wood. The wood is long since disused, and I imagine that half of his body is launched directly through that. Azarax has never been hit by anything so hard in his life. His vision goes white, and the breath is knocked out of his lungs.
Yeah, you're flung back, and this thing is leering over you as the other head just arcs down, and he's going for card at disadvantage, but he's going for you nonetheless. You are still running around this thing, I guess, in your charge. Card, tell me how you evade being torn in half by this thing.
Card always relied on his armor to help him, but I imagine that I want to do what Chad did, and I want to have you describe it. Is that okay?
Want to dodge? Yeah, no, that's fine. Do you want to dodge or do you want to block?
I'm sorry. I thought it got me. No. Okay, so it would be a dodge for sure. It would be a dodge as I'm running towards it.
Do you still want me to describe it, or do you want to do it?
Hell yeah, I want you to describe it. Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
I can't. No takes backsies.
So you see this thing, and you're remembering this story that echoes in your mind, your father against the Hydra of the Starving Pit, and you are anticipating its move. It swings around, arcing at you, basically this neck that's as thick as a tree, and you see it just gunning towards you, and you spot that bit of debris that Weaver had thrown upon it earlier. And Card basically takes a running jump and runs up this debris and jumps as the Hydra explodes through the rock behind you, just missing you. You land in the water and roll and keep going.
Awesome.
Weaver screams at the top of his lungs, "It's over, Muse! Stop this! Stop this! There may be a way we can save you! Please!" And you can hear Muse going, "The story isn't over. I am no longer going to be restricted by recording it. I choose how this ends." Weaver says, "Then you give me no choice." And the ruins begin to shake as that vast building, the perfect copper entropy of the Methanium begins rumbling through the tear in reality. The ground itself is beginning to shake as the sheer mass of this thing is entering the material plane. It's like 1,000 different catalysts are sparking as this thing is restoring as it rumbles out of the sky. And for shits and giggles, some debris falls down, and I would like everyone to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Including the Hydra, which fails. He's not doing great with his saves.
You said dexterity saving throw?
Yes. Okay. I'm afraid everyone but Azarax fails. Azarax, whilst I roll the damage for the rest of them, tell me how you evade being crushed by some falling debris.
I think that it's Azarax is quick, and his quickness definitely helps, but it's more luck than anything. As he's pulling himself out of this dilapidated desk, he sees his impending doom coming, and fortunately, he's in what must have once been a little nook for a scribe, and there happens to still be a small arch there, and he ducks himself underneath that to take the brunt of what's coming down.
Amazing, and you are able to do so, but more of this debris is just shattering down. A fair chunk of it just smashes into the top of the Hydra, and the rest of you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as just all manner of rock and debris just clatters down out of this tear in reality onto you all. And it is now Taxus's turn.
Oh, man. Bloodied and battered, but still not quite out. He is dragging himself through this water. You see him sort of... he is now gone like full feral. Like at this point, there's no like talking to him or anything. He starts to like weave his way through this water. I imagine it's sort of like he looks around, and you said there's one. Is there only one head left? That's still intact?
Two remain.
Two remain. Okay, so he's like, you know what? Go big or go home. And hand axes come out. He grabs them from the ground, and he just starts to charge forward, and he'll dive underneath. I kind of imagine him almost diving underneath the belly until he gets to about right near the neck, and same sort of situation, sideways on each end of the neck, trying to use it to climb upward again, as I'm going to try to take 2 attacks as I use the Horde Breaker feat that I have.
Perfect.
To attack one neck and then attack the other neck. And it's sort of like this cross of axes as I'm coming down across it.
Amazing. Yeah, do it.
$15 to hit.
Just connects.
Okay, so we'll do, and that's for one.
Yep.
So what is the damage? What I roll for damage? It's I roll plus dexterity bonus or
yes.
Roll plus. Okay. So it'll be 5 damage for the first hit.
Okay.
And then for the second hit with Warbreaker, I can do. Yeah, the next one's going to hit 2 because it's going to be a 16 on that one.
Perfect.
And then the other side is going to go for a total of 5 damage. So you see him just like and go cross-armed, slashing into these as he drags the axes down across the neck, sort of purging more blood into the water.
This thing basically sort of arcs its both of its necks in an attempt just to get away from the vicious amount of pain you just caused it, and it arcs up, glaring down upon you. But both of them are still intact. Marius Hexenheim.
Beaten and battered and knackered, having lost shield and hammer, he's got this big sword in his hand now. He's approaching what remains of this creature. And he's just going to kind of like be holding this sword low, kind of drawing a line through the water as he approaches. And he's going to swing with all of his might and see if he can connect. He's really running out of steam, and you can tell like the swing is slower. It is a lot slower. He ends up with a 14.
Unfortunately, yeah, you've got the heart, but you're just a bit sluggish, and your attack, it just bounces off its hide, essentially, as it recoils back around. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, that's it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. How brisk! How brisk! Love it. And as it's sort of like recoiling around from both Tax's and Marius's assault card.
It wasn't actually debris that hit Card. It was debris that hit this massive beast, and that fell on top of Card. Card is now again under the water. He has his sword still clutching to a little bit of flame, the piece that's up out of the water. I assume it's maybe a meter deep, maybe a little bit less. He is going to try his best to stab through the neck with his greatsword this monstrosity on top of him that is beginning to suffocate him underwater.
Amazing.
That is a natural 20.
Yes.
Sing to the 9 heavens, if there are 9. I don't remember.
Now everyone does crits differently. How do you do crits, Rob?
Roll your dice twice, and then add to your modifier.
All right, wonderful. So the first time is going to be 11 points. The second time is going to be 8 points. So that's 19 total. But Card has trained as a great weapon master in his time in the wilderness, and he gets an additional attack because of the critical hit. He is going to, as the blade is lifted out of the water, you see the flames spread up it, and he will grab the blade with his unarmored hand, and you see the blood just slice, just drip down into the oil and water, and he is going to twist his flaming sword and slowly but surely decapitate this thing while ensuring that there will be no Hydra cousins popping out of it.
That's amazing.
So that I have to roll that again. I have to roll it.
Yeah.
That is a 6. I'm going to use the point of inspiration that you gave me the last time.
Yeah.
You give them out like candy. I eat them like candy.
I see, man. I want to give another one too, but I'm not gonna this time.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not gonna.
That was a total of 20, not a natural 20.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And then, that went off the table. All right. That is 15 total as a bloody fisted Card will think underwater, we forge the path that we walk. And now he thinks he finally understands it.
And, throughout your time being raised in Kilgannon by the kind folk there and the teachings of Weaver, a lot of people tried to tell you you're just like your father. You look just like your father, or you speak just like your father. But you don't decapitate this Hydra like your father. You decapitate this thing like an animal unleashed, and you are dragging your blade methodically through this thing's neck whilst you're submerged. And it's almost like, because you can't breathe, but it's almost like you have a moment of clarity. And you just feel the release as this oil is just rubbed into it and sort of fizzles and burns the water bubbling around you. You feel like you're forging your first path for the first time.
He lets out an underwater scream as you see bubbles just pool out, and he is now on top of it as its face, right in his face, attempting to lash out, but it just can't. It's dying. It's losing itself. And now Card is on top of it as he watches the life drip from its eyes.
Incredible. Point of inspiration. No, I'm kidding. No. Locrius, Azarax, you just see this brutal decapitation. One head remains.
Azarax, feeling a pain in his body like perhaps he never has, feels a profound feeling of fear. His bow drops down to the ground, and he looks around. He looks at his companions and the blood in the water and the chaos that's going around in the room. These words, Hydra, one head remains. And he remembers the clever plan of his new ally, Card. And instinctively, he reaches his hand out, and a spark, a very, 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 very tiny spark of arcane energy shoots out and attempts to light these words that are around us in the room on fire as I cast Prestidigitation.
Amazing! Yes. The walls are suddenly ablaze as, basically a trail of fire just races around the room, and you just see all of these fragments of legend just go up in flames, burning writing on the wall. The remaining Hydra head is just shifting around and looking on this one side, sees there's flame, sees it on the other, realizing this beast is realizing it is trapped in a corner, and it is desperate. And in a last attempt, he is going to swing his last remaining head at the son of the son of a bitch that killed him before, at disadvantage, because Lloyd is still up. This time, I want you to describe how you block or evade the Hydra's attack. Card, please.
I imagine this Card's on top of this other thing, looking down at it. And I imagine the water from his beard is just now dripping into its dead, dying face. And in the pool of water, he sees the reflection of this monstrosity behind him. And he just maneuvers to the side, maybe like a roll back into the water, as the Hydra comes down and attacks itself instead of me.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, the Hydra just bites into like the lifeless stump of the neck that you were sat upon and rips out a shred, flings it into the air, catches it in his mouth, and just swallows it down in one horrific gulp. Weaver is staring up at the sky as the Methanium begins cometing out of the stratosphere towards your location. You look around and you see that the ruins somehow are unable to exist. Now this new, preserved, the real Methanium has re-entered the material plane. It bursts down out of the sky and he screams at you. Run! I would like everyone to make a dexterity saving throw. I'm going to be mean and put it on a dice roll. Okay.
Thank God I have inspiration. I rolled a natural 1, so I'm using.
I didn't have inspiration because Rob hasn't he's barely given me any this whole time.
I know. I'm just
You can have one of mine, Marky.
Take it. You're gonna need it.
Nope, it's yours, Lloyd. That is yours. You need it. You have held on to that point of inspiration so patiently this entire time. I'm gonna give it to you.
It's for this moment.
I used my inspiration. I rolled a 4 and then I rolled a 3.
Oh god.
Okay, well, actually, you know what? If Locrius is gonna be dicked by it, then I'll go ahead and take that inspiration because as long as one of us gets messed up, I'm all right. Oh shit. Okay, all right. So here's my new total, but we can just go with that first one. Sorry about that, Lloyd.
Wah, wah.
Oh my god. Okay. In what is likely going to be the final round of this combat, like it or not, you all begin to sort of retreat out of the ruins that are basically, the ruins are phasing, now being replaced by this massive building that is just rocketing out of the sky. And you can hear Muse screaming, "This cannot be! I decide how this ends!" But it is now Tax's turn. One Hydra head remains as well. And it doesn't look like it's gonna just stand there and wait. It's gonna pursue you.
Oh God! All right, so it's serpentine and slashing time. So as I've come through with the neck, both of them, I see the buildings and coming down upon me. I hear Weaver say, "Run!" And then it's just a instinctual. Here's what I'm going to try to do, and you can tell me if I can do this or not. I would like to dig my axe into the neck of this other thing again, drawing another run along this guy's neck as I'm gonna try to vault myself up and over the neck and toward the door as I'm running away. I'm gonna try to help anyone else coming out of that room if I can jump up over and get to that door or get to that entrance that we were at. I want to be there for my companions when we were all rushing out.
Yeah, so you're providing the help action then.
Yeah, I'm going to be providing a help action, but in order to do that, I want to try to do some damage and jump up over to get to that,
Okay, so you'll attack and move. That's fine. Yeah, by all means, make your attack.
Yeah. So that's going to be a 16 to hit.
Connects.
Okay, cool. And then yeah. Okay. So 5,
These are all the melodic tones that
That's
you
gonna
hear
be-
while doing this.
That's going to be 8 points of damage that just sort of cracks into the neck as I kind of jump up over, and I imagine it's like this stab and claw mark up over, just
Yeah,
ripping
and it
through.
you strike into this thing, and it just doesn't care anymore. It gives this shrill, and basically is pursuing anyone who's trying to get out. But it is now Marius Hexenhaim's turn.
Okay. So Marius, he can't leave this thing here to possibly get out or to cause any trouble. That's what he's thinking. And so he takes this huge sword that he has, that he usually keeps for executions after a fight. He's holding it, and he thinks, if I'm going down, you're coming down with me. And he's going to grab it. He's going to grab the Hydra. I mean, he's going to just try and stab this sword right through it. Let's see if he can pull that off.
Man, if only you had a point of inspiration.
I know, right? It's a 16.
Connects.
Excellent. I will use my last spell slot to smite this motherfucker. Oh my good god. That is pathetic. I do have Great Open Master, so I can reroll those 2 on the sword. That's better. So 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14 damage, sir. As I grab this Hydra and just pull back this huge blade and just like try and drive it right through.
And tell me how you decapitate this thing.
Oh, baby. Yeah, as I grab it and I pull this huge greatsword, which begins to glow with the magic once again. I like stab it into the Hydra, and it begins to like writhe in agony. And I grab the hilt with both hands, and I begin to like zip up this neck, pulling the sword up as like ink and nastiness flows on top, and just continue to keep going until eventually through the jaw bone and through the brain. And it like splits down the middle, and Marius then collapses onto his knees, very close to dying.
Just absolutely unbelievable. And as you drag the last, your last ounce of energy is used to pull through this thing's stomach, and it just gurgles and sputters, its neck just flopping violently around like a fire hose that's been left on, just arcing around, and its body breathes up and just collapses, boom, sending like massive wave of water across you. Marius, your eyes are barely open as you see this thing topple down in front of you. And you're looking up and you just see this massive structure on this shard of black rock rocketing out of the sky towards you. In your final moments, you think back to all of those people, apostates, you often casually called them. The rogue arcane, all of those sentenced to death by the magisterium, their primary weapon being the witch hunters. You. Before you see a young elven girl, and she leans her face ever so closely to yours, and she says, "I forgive you." And she rests a hand on your shoulder, and you look to your shoulder. But it's not the hand of a young elven girl. It is the scaled hand of Weaver who drags you to your feet and says, "We gotta get out of here, come on!" And he is basically dragging you towards the exit. Each of you are running as this Hydra is still flopping about. This last ounce of life in it as you hear Muse screaming, I told you this is my story. I say how it ends, and I say to the 9 hells with the rules." The Hydra arcs backwards, and then with an explosion of organic material, all 5 of its heads emerge back out, arcing towards you. You are running as fast as you can, water splashing around you, and as it lunges for you, smash! The methanium comets out of the sky and just utterly unmakes the Hydra. It explodes on top of this creature, and it gives a horrible wail mixed with the dying embers of Muse's voice, which echoes into eternity. And then he is gone. The Hydra's necks flail as they start to become rigid, wrapping around this building, and then it stops, its flesh melting away from it. A cloud of dust is all you can see, and there is silence. It takes a long time. But eventually, you are all able to recover your wits. Azrax, I want you to tell me what's going through your mind as you wander through just this dust cloud, barely able to see.
I think Azarax would be in a daze. Looking around, he can feel the particles as he breathes in, and as he does so, the blow from that creature, it's far worse actually getting hit in real life than it is in the storybooks. He looks around, not able to see anything. Where is he? For a moment, he thinks maybe he's in the telling. No, he can't be in the telling. Looking around, he can't see, even with his keen eyes and his visor of Veritor. He's unable to discern his surroundings, so he does what he knows. He sits down on an errant piece of stone and pulls up his breeches up so that they're not in the water below. And with some of the particles of the dust and debris, he begins inscribing magic circles as he ritually casts Detect Magic.
Yeah, and it's almost like the weak traces of lights begin to flicker around you. And then you sense it. It's something so pure. And you realize it's something that's been there all along within your own magical power. The power of the Lorekeepers, the power of the telling. And it is centered in the place that you're now standing. The dust cloud sort of moves past your vision, and you see your friends, new and old. Weaver and Marius basically just collapsed out of the ruins at the last second and are just on the ground.
Yeah, after taking in
Taxes.
the
Oh, sorry, go.
No, go,
No, you
please,
go.
please go.
No, you go.
Okay, well, I was gonna say after taking in just the of the magical power around him, I think that after the battle, Azarax would feel a profound sense of peace that he hasn't felt in a long time, and perhaps some contentment until he sees companions injured on the floor, at which point he would run over to them and see if there's anything he can do to help.
What is it that you guys are saying, doing, reacting?
I think there's like a rattling when Marius breathes in. I'll be fine, Aetherax. It's just some broken bones, I think. I need to rest and I'll be able to fix it. I'll be fine. See to the others.
You're falling apart. I think someone needs to see to you right now. Is everyone here? Azarax looks around. Ate it.
You would see Card almost nonchalantly move over and sit next to Marius and begin wrapping his hand. Wincing in pain. He's worried that it might be infected. And so he's going to have to keep an eye on it. He looks to Marius. Then he looks to Taxus. Then he looks to Azarax, and he's wondering which one of them would have more experience in amputation, just in case.
Marius, seeing you wrap the hand in this like filthy bandage, he would look and that will go bad. Take the bandage off.
He begins unraveling it after a long moment, and then chucks the bandage away, looks around for something cleaner.
Give me the hand.
He hands it over.
So Marius will like grab your wrist and say, this might hurt. Then he'll like take his other hand, he'll like place it in the palm of your hand, and there'll be a brief sizzle.
Son bitch.
That should fix it.
He looks at his cauterized wound, and after wincing for a few seconds, he looks back and forth between the hand and Marius, and he says, I don't suppose your servants taught you that.
One of them was very clever.
Much obliged.
Weaver is doubled over, watching you all with just this strange look in his eyes. And eventually he says, battle like that suddenly takes me back. I apologize. It took me a bit longer than I thought, but I had a promise to keep. And he looks to the door of the Mythanium, this vast archway. Your friend. I suspect we'll be able to find him. The rift is secure. For a time, at least. But before we go in, I just want to thank you. Truly. Thank you.
At that, I think Taxes bloodied and battered. This is the first time you guys have probably seen Taxes on this level. He crawls out. I imagine he's crawled out from the dust and the debris. He can barely stand and walk, and he's just coughing up blood, even though it's almost like the blood is black from trying to be cauterized, but continually just kicking it back up.
Give me a minute. I ain't gonna be no good to you if we go in there like this. I want to help Raylan, but I can't. Not like this.
And you see all of these scars, and for the first time ever, like most of his armor has fallen off because he's just been battered and bruised, and there's pieces and tears, and you can see these profound scars along his back, along like the sides of his face. He is now you now see him unshrouded and full dragonborn-esque.
I just want to help Layla. That's all I want to do.
And Weaver nods and he says, the rift that I've created here is, as I said, secure. We will face no hostility inside. And he looks to you all, and that look comes across his face again. That look that I described earlier as Weaver reading a book. He looks to Card, the man who has become his own man and has overcome the challenges, at least in part, of his father's past. And he thinks of how wronged Card has been by the forces of Advent and Equinox. He looks to Azarax, the drow, subjugated his entire life, hunted, belittled. He looks to Taxes, Dragonborn, who until today had no kin. Now Weaver thinks perhaps that might change. How the Dragonborn were destroyed by the will of the God King and his Seneschal society. He looks to Marius, a hunted man, escaping a past he'd want to forget. He looks at all of you wronged by this world, this broken world that has served you all the worst hand. And he smiles to himself, and he knows in his heart that these are the people he's been waiting for. Whether they want to be Lorekeepers or not, whether they will be Lorekeepers or not, it doesn't matter. These are the people who are going to start fighting back. These are the people who are going to forge new legends, no longer looking to the past, but looking to the future. These are the people that are going to save the Nine Kingdoms. And he is going to help them. He says, look to the door. I think he's here. You all look to the archway, the opening to the Methanium, and this yellow sheet of energy is rippling across it. You see now that the dust cloud has disappeared, that the Hydra is naught but bones, as whatever foul creation magic had made it has disappeared. And this creature is now wreathed around the main tower of the Methanium and will be there forevermore. The Methanium you yet to realize as your new base of operations. Weaver says, he's here. And you look to the archway and you see a familiar figure swaggering towards the entryway to greet you. A familiar figure wreathed in a red cape. A terrifying white and black mask with a glowing yellow eye, just the one, and it scans you. Grim shouts in panic. Weaver, horrified, turns to look at Equinox. Grim screams, "What are we going to do?" And Equinox responds, "You do what everyone else does. Run." And that is where we shall leave our heroes tonight.
Awesome.
That is the coolest shit, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. You do it every time, Rob. You do it every time.
Every fucking time.
Holy shit. I was
Gentlemen,
like, at the end,
sorry,
I was
go
like,
ahead.
this is awesome. I'm like, this is great. And then you were like, a figure. And I was like, oh shit, something's happening. Oh my God.
I was like, Tim's about to jump in the chat. Tim, these surprise scene from Tim.
The thing, he's like, jump in here at the last second and you'll be like, hey guys.
Yep. Hey guys, I'm okay. That was dope.
That was
So-
so dope.
Oh, go, Chad.
I don't. I'm mad at you right now, man. Like I'm mad. I'm mad at you right now.
Why are you
because of how goddamn good you are. Like you don't understand. It's like I'm sitting over here going, no, you can't. No, you can't do that anymore. It's like you've already had enough good stuff happen in the whole session, and then at the very end, I'm like, okay, cool. Now we'll have a little cool down moment. I'll be able to compose myself. Everything will be good. But I know you now, man. And
I know your ways.
damn it.
Really though, thanks, Rob. That was an awesome session, and I think that in our chat you mentioned, sorry this fight's running long, and I'm like, this whole session to me felt smooth. The way that you, just handled journeying over a long time, and you allowed for little scenes and allowed for little improvised conversations, and then the fight was, like I said, a mixture of fighting a monster, and there's other stuff happening too. So it's not just everyone taking turns rolling, and also a Hydra's perfect because we each get our own villain, right? We each get our own little dude to mess with in our own way.
There was a really good narrative to that fight as well, right? Because we started, everyone was like, yeah, I'm going to do the cool stuff. And then it's like, okay, I'm kind of, I'm really going for it. And then it's like, okay, now I'm really knackered and I'm just trying to not. And then it's just like, I'm just punching it in the mouth. That's all I got. I'm biting it.
Well, that's what I loved.
Fight, man.
Well, that's the thing. I love that you guys just all took that on board. Like, you guys play so well together. And Barker, you're just perfect for this as well. Like, you were all like you were just saying, Lloyd, like, you just to your wits' end, you were doing anything to beat this thing. I will say, mechanically, like, obviously you guys fought that thing really smartly. To those who are watching, we're going to talk a little bit about the mechanics for a second. I don't often do it, but these guys are level 4. They're not going to be level 4 after this now, I can assure you. These guys are leveling up. They're level 4. Hydra is a challenge rating 8. And I went in thinking, oh my God, maybe this is going to be too much. Like, it's challenge rating 8. Like, come on. And no, these guys did so well in that fight. It was so good. So congratulations for just being smart players as well as amazingly narratively skilled players. You guys are such a pleasure to play with. So in that case, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has been watching with us the whole way. I think I was up to 17 people today, which was awesome. I think that's like a high. That's like the highest viewership I've had. So that's great. So I would like to steal something from stereotypical Strider, Marquise. I would like each of you to say a thought about the game, what you liked, what you didn't like, and plug anything you want to. And we're going to start with Chad.
So I thought this game was horrible. No, I'm kidding. I personally, guys, not only do I love playing with all of you, but the fact is, Rob, every single session, you are just not only killing it with adding in little narrative nuggets of just fantastical awesomeness, but you're killing it with the combat too, because even the stuff that we have to do, you're planning it out as a group thing. It's not like each of us individually have to do battles. Everything is like group thought out, and we have to strategically think about how we're going to take down X or Y, and I love it. Dude, continue to do that, because each time I come to the table, you throw curveballs at me that I cannot expect, and I have to like plan and improvise. It's just so good, man. Keep doing it.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that.
As far as me, my name is Chad Nick. You can find me on YouTube at Chad Nick, K-N-I-C-K. And I'm also at gastrogamer.org. I do a bunch of different, right now I've been kind of on a hiatus from that, but I'm doing video game reviews and tabletop reviews for accessibility for disabled kids and all that kind of stuff. So it's really, really fun for me to do. So if you get a chance, stop by there, check out what I got, and have fun.
Absolutely, and definitely people go check that out because that's incredible. Look, Chris, I just went.
You struggling there?
Yeah, just a little bit. I used a lot of energy.
Let's see. What did I think about the game? A couple thoughts about the game. Well, first off, I loved it. And Barker, it is wonderful to have you, man. Love playing with you. The character was great. It was definitely, I felt like it worked really well over the course of the session, where at first we're like, who the fuck is this asshole? And then it's like, we're like, okay, this is a real person with like, you know, shit going on and this and that. And then, you know, fighting together is good. Like I'm definitely, it's always good putting in a new character into an existing group. And I just felt like it's going to work really, really well. So I had a blast playing with you. That's thought number one. Thought number two, I got a bunch of them, but I wanted to say that I really love the way, Rob, that you portrayed Muse. Because he was so scary, but he was so happy. Like, he was super jolly and happy, but he was so sinister when we went in there. I was shitting my pants. So I loved everything about that session, but that part really stood out to me too. My name is Lorekeepers. I make monster videos. I guess that Mike Merles retweeted my monster video. That was pretty awesome. So if it's good enough for Mike Merles, then it's good enough for you. So just look at it, at least. Okay. Lorekeepers, I'm out.
Definitely check out all of Lorekeepers' monster videos. They're just spectacular. Like, because I was on a live stream the other day and I was like, hang on a second. Because I sort of recognized the drawing style just slightly, because Lorekeepers has drawn the picture of Azrax that you see on his overlay. And I was watching it, I was like, wait a second, does Lorekeepers animate these as well? What? And I was like, this guy has so much talent. It's just insane. And dude, your videos are just incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. And they make my day whenever they show up. So for those of you watching, go over to Lorekeepers Planetoid, bloody subscribe, bloody watch those videos, man, and absorb the wonder. that is our resident Blue Angel. So, Lloyd.
6 out of 10.
Boom.
6 out of 10.
Yeah, this is pretty good. That's like as much praise as you're gonna get out of me. I think there's too much of that in this community. Too much niceness. People need a dressing down. No, I'm kidding. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. I really like messing with your NPCs. It's like my favorite part of this game because you do it really well. They seem like real people, and that is difficult to achieve. So that's very skillful. I also think that you have a real, genuine knack for excellent narrative combat. It's really hard to do. I really struggle with it, but I think you excel at it. So well done. I am Lloyd or Jarl on the YouTube, where I run a number of games. I run a Middle-earth game with Rob in it, and I run a really good Star Wars game. Check both of those out. Peace.
Definitely do. And Lloyd, you're excellent. Lloyd's fights make you always think that it's the end. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have such a great way of making you feel desperate and like you're in the last legs all the time, man. So you're pretty damn good at it too, man. So don't worry about that. Go over and check out YRTM. And finally, massive thank you to Barker for joining the Lorekeepers. Barker, your turn.
Thank you, guys. I agree with Lloyd. It's good to stay humble, and it's good to think about the things that we could have done better. But I've never had a game that I've run where I didn't, at the end of the game, already know what I could have done better. So that is reason number one that I have nothing negative to say. Reason number two is that I really didn't find anything negative about this game. Thought that I had about the game that I really thought was cool, that I don't see. Well, maybe I should watch more of every, maybe a million people do this, but I'm going to start doing it, is you find ways to allow for player and player discussion during the game. Like, oh, does anyone want to have a conversation on the way down to the, the ruins, and then then Locrius and I have this completely improvised just thing. But you also do this thing where you say, okay, you take a little control of our characters and say, all right, everyone's in bed or everyone's being put down to sleep except for Taxis. And then you create this scene for Taxis and between you and this NPC, which, by the way, GM run PCs, never seen it done better. Like, it didn't feel that way at all. It felt like there was an NPC with us the entire time. And so that being a side note, it was really cool for you to just ignite the spotlight on Chad's character for this scene while still not excluding other people from doing their own shit. That was so it was an awesome game. I really enjoyed playing it from the very beginning. Heather and I didn't get a chance to watch it last night like we wanted because our internet went out. I have a feeling when I improvised this drow that Card had seen some time ago, I have a feeling like maybe I accidentally stumbled upon Locrius's character's backstory. So, maybe we'll talk about. I don't know. Maybe not. Everyone was like, "Ooh," but yeah. So awesome game. Fantastic playing with you guys. And there's dice, there's coins, and now there's card. And so I am very, very, very happy that this character is in that new trifecta, because he definitely means a lot to me after only one session.
Amazing. And yeah, I just want to say, dude, and it's been brought up a few times, like, it is a big worry. It is a huge worry when you have a new character come in, because you're like, you have those, and we've all been there. We've had those times where, like, someone's come in, and obviously someone new wants to play the game. That's cool. But it's about making the characters kind of warm to someone and say, oh, I guess you're coming with us too, but that for you, man, just wasn't a problem. You were flawed to the core, but at the same time likable, and not you, I mean the character. You're flawed to the core, bugger.
Well, I've just never heard that turn of phrase before, but that's pretty dope.
And it was just so organic and wonderful. Like, I didn't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. You just did it. And that is why he will always be a better game master. So,
Come on.
if Lloyd won't be nice, I'll be doubly so.
I now have diabetes. Jesus.
You are right there, Lloyd. Like maybe this is a mistake. We're just too high on ourselves right now. But anyway,
there we go.
I think we should all say some great things about Lloyd's character.
No, thank you.
No. Anyway,
That was really bad tonight. Everyone say you guys really need to learn how to play this fucking game.
Yeah, you guys are terrible. I'm the best.
fucking, oh god,
Chad, that you didn't have your fire damage on your character sheet.
yeah, man. Like how
Fucking
unorganized,
amateur
man. Yeah.
Jeez, I'm something cool. God.
Amateur hour. That's amazing. I love that phrase. I want to use it more. So, for those watching, thank you ever so much for those who have stuck around and checked this out. And for those watching after that, if you like this video, maybe give it a like. If you'd like to see more like it, then give me a subscribe. Or not. We're all friends here. Or are we? We definitely are, by the way. I just want to point that out. Lloyd isn't, but the rest of us.
I am your friend.
We're friends, acquaintances, whatever. But thank you ever so much for watching. This has been great, and we can all look forward to potentially a bright future for the Lorekeepers. Or will it be? Thank you ever so much for watching. I'll be sticking around in the chat for a bit afterwards, and I hope that all of your performances are up to standard. Wink. So you guys do it automatically now. Give it a wink. Come on. You gotta wink. You gotta wink.
I can't wink without looking like a creeper.
And it ends.
Do it.